Testing. Yes.
Good, man. How are you?
Yes. Under your, you guys. Well, it should have been under your. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Lamarque City Council regular agenda of May 11th, 2026. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on May 11th, 2026 at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council will intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Nance, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A.
Present.
Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Nance. We'll now have our invocation and pledge. Let us stand for our invocation. We'd like to ask Ms. Griffin to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. But as we are making custom, let's all recite the Lord's Prayer today together. Our Father.
Lord in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. We have now our presentations, and I believe the first of these presentations are of Mrs. Griffin, who has won her second term in office, first full term. We have to canvass the vote first, though. I'm smarter than the average bear, and I don't know how much that means for the bear. So let's would you like to do that, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk? Okay. Where are we on that? Where
That is item 8.2.
8.2. Council without objection, let's move to item 8.2. Resolution number R-20266-00112, excuse me. Canvassing the election returns and declaring the results of the May 2nd, 2026 general election pursuant to the election code. Madam Clerk, you will read the results.
Yes.
Okay.
There were two elections two seats in this election. The first was for Council District B. It had 4 candidates in that race. Joe Copion, who received 57 votes, or 35.85% of the vote. Felix Brown, who received 30 votes, or 18.87% of the vote. Sade Williams, who received 56 votes, or 35.22% of the vote, and Jody Richards, who received 16 votes, or 10.06% of the vote. Because no one received more than 50% of the vote, that particular election will be going into a runoff. However, in Council District D, there were 2 candidates, Miss Sarah Lowry, who received 55 votes, or 23.01% of the vote, and incumbent Miss Tanya Griffin, who received 184 votes, 76.99% of the vote, which would elect, it is now determined that Tanya Griffin is elected for a council member in District D for a 3-year term.
We're good. Let's entertain a motion to accept these.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
Before we move to discussion, I believe I would speak for our entire council, saying congratulations to each and every person who has put their name forward. Putting yourself forward for elective office is a very, very honorable and noble thing, but it is also a very difficult thing. And for any person that believes that they want to help in that way and put themselves forward, I think those persons ought to be applauded. So for all of our, I believe it's 6 candidates.
Yes, sir.
So let's, without objection, council, and those of you that are here with us presently, let's give those candidates a round of applause. Absolutely. All right, Ms. Griffin, I think that you are ready to be sworn in. Is that right?
You have to vote.
Oh.
You vote. We voted by clapping. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Nance, for keeping us alive. All right. That for later? Got distracted. Good to see you. Ms. Griffin, do you have,
Go slow.
go slow? All right. I believe that you have to raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I
I,
say your name.
Sonia Griffin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly
or
swear
affirm
or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Council District D. You said go slow.
that I will faithfully execute the duties of council for District D,
Office of Council District D
Office of Council for District D,
for the city of Lamar
for the city of Lamar,
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability preserve and protect
and to the best of my ability, preserve and protect
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Ms. Thomas. It's not, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind if you don't mind.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Tanya, I think you have to sign this and give it back to the clerk. Thank you. All right. Is there another presentation? Should I stay down here?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I don't need to be down here. So I'll do it.
Not yet. Not yet.
No, we don't want-
Okay.
I'm telling you, I'm doing it big. I'm doing it with the board.
You will have to go back.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do it. No problem. Okay, we are now moving to item 4, again, council. Item 4.2, this is a presentation concerning the BTR Bayou Fest. I see some folks associated with the BTR group, as well as our friend, Mr. Culp from the Chamber of Commerce. And so we would like those folks to approach at this time.
How are you?
We're fine.
We come with good news.
Excellent. We love
Some excellent news. First of all, before I get into this, I would like to thank each and every one of you, especially you, Mayor Bell, for really answering phone calls, answering questions that we had, all the way from Mr. Lowry, Miss Yancey, Miss Griffin, especially Miss Holly and her office, Worth, and I know Gus had a big part in this. I just want to thank everybody for their hard work. You guys took trust in us to do this, and we did it to the tune of over 12,000 people for the weekend visiting the city of Lamarque. Within those 12,000 people from the city, Arkansas, Colorado, Mississippi, New Mexico, New York, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Vermont, Washington State, Wyoming, Canada, and the United Kingdom visited the hotels for the city in the city of Lamarque and surrounding areas. In our lodging report that we have, here's what we had. Holiday Inn Express, full. La Quinta, full. Best Western, full. Crystal Suites, full. Wood Spring Suites, full. Studio and Suites, full. Spring Hill Suites, full. Candlewood Suites, Home 2 Suites, Quality Inn, Comfort Inn, USA RVs,
full. Big State RV Park, full. Little Thicket was full, although they had limited, we filled up what they didn't have. All the way to San Leon. There were the hotels and the heads and beds impact that this event had every hotel in Lamarck full, including the RV park across the way, from people from out of state. Louisiana and Texas made up 83% of this event, with 1,000 people from the state of Louisiana attending like they do every year. We had a few obstacles that we have already started working on for 2027. We've gotten with Chief of Police and everybody back there today to work on, which, hey, sometimes you figure out what you got when you got it. But the Lamarck Police Department did an exceptional job doing exactly what they needed to do in keeping all 8,232 people who came just on Saturday safe and sound, parked correctly. We had a couple of issues. They stepped it up. They did an excellent job. Going over everything with them and with Worth, everybody back there. I want to say with our partnership, partnered not only with Waste Management and partnered with the Chamber of Commerce back there. When we were done with this event, we all kind of went, okay, this is kind of awesome. With Waste Management's amazing help, and we needed a couple of extra roll-offs, like last minute. They were absolutely wonderful to work with. That park looked better than when we found it, and that's our main objective. So if you haven't gone out there to look at it, go look at it. It's about as clean as you're ever going to get it. We have already fielded phone calls from people from out of state, vendors from out of state, national artists from around the country who want to come play this event. So with that being said, I'll yield any questions that you guys have. But mainly this was kind of for me to come up here and say, thank all of you for the support. You trusted in us, and we did the homework and we knocked it out of the park. And I will say this, there's a little deal in Louisiana where they pardon a crawfish. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've never laughed at a pardoning of the crawfish. Like, that was great. That was it. It really, it went a little crazy on social media. The people in Louisiana loved it.
Is that right?
And they were kind of sharing, Billy, the Lieutenant Governor of Louisiana, who actually does the pardoning of the crawfish, compared to yours. And well, we got a good laugh at it. That was great. A great family fun event. We did our poll. 97% of the people that of which we polled will be back next year. So now we just got to do homework and figure out, work out some little kinks here and there. But other than that, excellent event. We did our job. We filled heads and beds. We appreciate you guys entrusting us in that. And we did exactly what we said we were going to do. And you guys did exactly what you said you were going to do. And the Chamber and Waste Management and everybody else who was a sponsor and a partner in this, it worked very well. And the city of Lamarck, I'm glad I'm first, because I like to come with good news, and I hope there's a lot of people watching this. Guys, Lamarck is a beautiful city. And when people can get along and do it right like we did when we were kids, this place can flourish, because when we were kids, this is exactly what Lamarck looked like during the weekend of the BTR Cajun Throwdown at Bayou Fest.
Yeah.
And Lamarck has absolutely one of the best places in the state of Texas. And the people who we do the festival with, from other promoters to other entertainment crossovers, absolutely, when they crossed over and they saw exactly what they were going to, they thought it was one of the most beautiful things ever. Randy Rogers himself got out and asked, he goes, what kind of thing is this? He goes, I wasn't expecting this, man. This is awesome. Because it was beautiful. And so I hope we really put on a showcase to show what this city can really do. And, you know, and what kind of place that we have, and we want to take care of it and make and watch this event not only grow but expand and go on for as long as we can do it. So any questions that you guys have, I'd love to answer.
Absolutely. We're going to open this up for council questions. Tiny, do you have, I see some folks here from BTR, and I definitely would like them if they're able to stand.
Sure.
Um,
We have Bear Wells, our facility director.
all right, Bear.
Timothy Stewart, our public relations person. We have Deanna Lopez, our vendors person, and Stephanie Wilson she's go gadget everything.
Absolutely.
She's
Absolutely.
I have 3 of my executive board members for the BTR Caring for Kids. That would be Timothy Stewart and Stephanie Wilson. They are vice president and treasurer respectively in that group. But they put in on this event, well, Stephanie and Tim go with me 6-7 months out of the year, hard. Deanna and Bear, when it is that time, they go hard until it's over. Next year, we are expecting on the vendor side to be over 120. The facility side, I want to thank Barbara and everybody for getting the electrical company out there, making the small little upgrades that we needed for each and every cook-off team. Because we not only sold out all the cook-off team spots, we were able to expand. So we got to over 100 cook-off spots out there, and we did it safe, and we did it with everybody's positive recommendation. Everything that we did, David Merriman was out there. We would call him. He was very responsive. Okay, this is safe to do. We can do this. Cool beans. We have a 60, I want to say almost 60 team weight. So we have that many more cook-off teams wanting to get in it.
Yeah.
But we want to be careful about how big we get too quick. If you get too big too fast, you could easily bust your bubble. You know what I mean? You get somewhere and you get into a spot, you get your eyeballs are bigger than your stomach. And
Sure.
and in many cases, many of us have done that at a sushi bar. But with everything being said, Lamarque is on a good trajectory to goodness. And
Yeah.
this event, and I'm very proud to say this, that this event brought a positive spotlight to the city. I think that we could all very, very well use. And just keep Lamarque beautiful, man. Let's go. Let's go 27.
Absolutely. We're going to open it up. Any folks to I know, Joe, you probably want any ladies first. Anyone? You okay?
You're good.
You
No, I attended the event. It was very well done, very professional.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, and you had crawfish till 10 o'clock at night.
We did. That we did.
Because most festivals you don't. By 6 o'clock they're out.
A lot
so-
of them, it may be even sooner than that.
Yeah, but it was very nice, very professional. I had a great time. Barbara, we just want to see those numbers from that he discussed, if we can get that from our sales tax from EDC.
Oh,
So
we're
we'll
gonna
be
get
able-
next month.
Okay, so we can have that. But thank you so much
Yes, ma'am.
for your time and your hard work. I saw you all out there working, and it's been worth it. The 2 years of trying to prepare for that day. So thank you so much. Looking forward to next year.
very good. Mr. Campion?
Congratulations on the hard
I
work.
appreciate it.
And there's a presentation I'll be talking about later, and this is going to help approve one of the scores that City of Lamarque indicated in this organization was weak. There was an item in here as I was reading it over that, let me try to find it. It was the demographic. Oh, here it is, the demographics. And I guess this is from the Calibrate group. Are
Which
they
page?
just, are they just? Oh, that's EDC. Okay, all right. All right, well, then I'll just leave it for EDC then. Okay.
Yeah, they did a thing where they pinged people's phones, addresses where they came from. They sent us kind of I guess, a preliminary
Yeah.
thing, and all the blue dots were all the way from Lamar. Like people were coming in from out of town.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, with the EDC, with everybody here, especially us, that's a big thing for somebody to come and say, I stayed in your city, I'm coming back.
Yeah.
So that's what we wanted. That's what we definitely wanted to see. So.
Sure.
Well, I'll just interject. What I was most interested in were two categories, which I'll ask EDC and,
Okay.
but the ethnicity, I didn't understand how you get that information from a ping on a phone. And the other one was the educational attainment. Those I found interesting.
Yeah, those they obtained and gave to us. That's not my forte per se, but I guess when they had asked the EDC exactly what that was, Timothy, if you'd like to speak on that.
If I may.
Yeah, sure.
So BTR Cajun Throwdown at Bayou Fest prepared this presentation for you that has their logo on it. To supplement that, Marque EDC pulled a secondary report from one of our vendors called Retail Strategies. And this is a standard report that they pull for impact of a specific event for a specific weekend. And so all that data you're seeing is pulled from cell phones and it's provided by the
Retail
cell phone
strategy.
provider. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's part of a standard report that they pull. We just did that to help us track the potential sales tax earnings that we'll be seeing next month, and then to help supplement the report that Tiny and his team did.
So when I hear the statement that your cell phone really knows you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir,
it's kind
yeah.
of scary. It's kind of scary. Thank you, Colleen. Were you done?
That's it, yeah.
I just want to say thank you. I was out there. I've seen you guys working your tails off. Thank you to all of you, Mr. Kolb, Mr. Goodrich, for putting it together. It was absolutely amazing event once again. It was packed out there. It was just good. Everybody had a great time. Everybody was out there, and it was a beautiful event, and I knew you could pull it off, and I look forward to the next one. I really do. It's always good seeing what you pull off in Hitchcock, and everywhere you've gone, you've been successful. So
Well, this, like I said, when you go over that levee and you see what you got, that's one heck of a canvas to put a paint on, dude. And I mean, when we hire people and I know we ask for volunteers on some part of it and they're good, but there's just some things that you just pay for and you get what you pay for. And the crew that people don't see that people should probably stay and watch is the cleanup crew that we hire that is 1000% exceptional at what they do. We have gone through 3 cities between Hitchcock, Pasadena, now Lamarck. Every single city council has said the same thing. How did you get it that clean? And that when we can sit here and take all the credit, but that part when they were done, it was just phenomenal. I mean, from having 8,232 people to stay and watch a concert was pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
So, and then from 11 different states, and they'll all be back. I mean, everybody in this room could be proud of themselves for doing it.
Yeah,
So-
for sure. Sure. Mr. Lawler, you done?
yes, sir.
Ms. Guidry. You said something earlier that piqued my interest, and it was that somehow, some way, in discussions or chatter, that this our flagship park has potentially been identified as a quality and viable
100%.
festival platform.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm.
And so it would seem to me, Gus, pay attention. It would seem to me that this council, in conjunction with Ms. Holly, might be able to organize requests for proposals that we might open this flagship park to other quality festivals
Mhm.
that might want to use this platform. Would that be accurate?
Mhm.
Mr. Cole, it's not just shiny head. Would that be accurate? Okay. All right. So let me move really quickly then into the opportunity. Miss Holly, you heard that. Okay. Is there an issue with that?
It's already underway, sir.
It's already in the works?
Mhm.
Very good. Thank you. So let me drill down with you, Tim. %, according to the report that we have, 8% of our outreach was done by the Texas City of Lamarck Chamber of Commerce. And so now, Mr. Culp, we've proved our concept. And so what I am asking of you, and perhaps what this council may ask of you, is that because we have proved concept, is that we might be able to identify stronger, more committed, and more powerful partners. We want strategic partners with weight, with power, with reputation, with gravitas, so that we can do even better, right? And so that's part of what I believe your role and your organization's role is. There are 700, 800 members of the chamber. And a lot of them are heavy hitters. A lot of them are the Babe Ruths of their industries. It's time for us now to move with acceleration on this concept so that we can continue to grow our community economically, grow sales tax, relieve the burden on taxpayers.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mayor, and I'll give you an example. And I said this in the meeting we had earlier today. This is the reason, to your point, this is the reason why we're here today, is the fact that we knew that we could grow this thing. We knew we could get it bigger, better. We knew we had to put the right pieces of the puzzle together. Prior to this, if I went to ask someone to sponsor, they had no interest. I'm just being honest. They had no interest in sponsoring. That changed. It changed last year when we partnered with BTR last year, and the tide started to shift. It really shifted this year. I had sponsors last year that we brought to the table that might have given $2,500 in sponsorship, decided to give $5,000 this year. Who's to say that they're not willing to give $10,000 next year? So I think from the fact that just on this event alone, we're going to be able to grow that. I feel confident in that. I think the other piece of it, to your point, is I think you're right. I think when we start looking at other opportunities that we have to use the park, to bring other festivals and other events, I'm old East Texas guy, proof's in the pudding. And that's what we've got here, is we partnered, the right partners were together. We all worked together. We worked hand in hand to make sure that we were successful. And that's what we had today. And so I remember the day that we had the first conversation about this concept and this idea. And I know that there were some that doubted, but I also know there was a lot of people that believed. Sure. And those that believed saw it to fruition. This team right here, that entire BTR team, that's just a portion of them back there. They pulled it together. They did a good job. My team at the chamber office and this group back here talked sometimes daily, I believe. So anyway, I think to your point yesterday, I think that we have great opportunities that we can explore and continue to grow.
Very good. Last question for you, and then I'll be done. You just heard us articulate that we're interested in requests for proposals. It's already in the works. Will the chamber be with us as a willing partner as we entertain and move forward possibly with some of these proposals?
My response to your question would be absolutely. I see no reason why we wouldn't be. So yeah, we want to work with the city of Lamarck to be able to, I consider Mac McAfee Park is one of those hidden gems. is a hidden jewel. To Tiny's point, as he pointed out, we had people commenting, you come over that dam and you look at that park covered and the stage and all the tents and everything out there. That is a hidden gem that we have. And I think you're going to see more. I know from our office, you're going to see more and more of this from a tourism standpoint. We have to find those hidden gems in our two cities. As y'all both all know, I represent two cities. We've got to find those hidden gems. I think back in the day, the Ike Dike's the Dike's another prime example. You know, what can we do out there at the Dike?
Yeah.
This park is another example. These bring people to our communities. At the end of the day, it's all about the sales tax dollars that we generate. And what does that do? That helps, as you said, those 700 plus members that I have, it helps their businesses.
Sure.
They want to see this type of business coming here. That's why we do this. So
Very good.
absolutely, anytime that we can partner and work hand in hand on these projects, that's absolutely what we want to do.
Very good. Ms. Holly, would you work with Mr. Culp on making sure the partnership is viable and strengthened? Very good, guys. That's all I think we have. We are excited about, let's give a round of applause to this PTR group, to this great city of Lamarck. Absolutely.
We have some presents to give out, our yearly partnership presents, if you will, mayor, council. So this year, since every year we change lineups and stuff like that, every artist that plays the event on a yearly basis autographs these guitars. So you guys can have them as keepsake with the City of Lamarck logo, the BTR Cajun Throwdown at Bayou Fest logo. And we would like to present those at this time to the mayor for representing the city, the wonderful representative from Waste Management, and then Tim Culp here at the chamber. So
All right, there it is. You ready, Shauna?
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. You want to have your VTR team join you?
come on. Here, y'all, get them guys. Come on. Bear, hurry up.
He's in there. All right, got that. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. What shall we do with this? Shall we play a tune?
Where's your other?
Colleen?
You got two of them. You play back here. You got more than I do.
Got more than you do, huh? How about we just?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, we need a one building, just the room to put stuff in. Instead of leaving them in offices.
All right. Item 4.3, a presentation from Aqua Tracks demonstration. Is there a representative from Aqua Tracks? They're online? Hello, if you are from Aqua Tracks, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear. My name is Amit Sharma. My video is disabled for some reason. I can try.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Gus, I know we have a mandate for council members. Oh, there he is. Look at Hey. All right. Welcome. You may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you so much. So looks like someone is sharing my presentation. That's great. So I don't have to share. That's great. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity, council members and mayor. We are very humbled and honored to produce a customer engagement portal for City of Lamarck. So we are very grateful. We have developed this portal. It's called Next Generation Water Conservation and Compliance Management Platform. We can go to the next slide. So my name is Amit Sharma, founder and CEO of Aqua Tracks. We are based in California, but we are very grateful to start working for Texas as well. In fact, we recently had one of our team members who is based in Dallas. He should have joined this call, but probably it was little short notice. So we have developed a customer engagement portal. And so what it means is City of Lamarck residents can now log in to the portal and they can view their consumption, which is smart metering consumption, like hourly consumption, daily consumption. Along with that, we also display the billing consumption data coming from the billing system. So we have hourly consumption, billing, monthly consumption. Customers can also view the bills, and we have links to the payment portal. So it's overall one-stop shop portal for City of Lamarck residents. Along with that, we also have admin portal for Venetia, Miss Venetia, and Mr. Worth, and their staff, so they can log in and they can see all their customers' data, customer 360 information, along with who are my top users, and all kinds of AI powered leak management what we have done. So we have like all the leaks there. So we can send auto notification for the leaks, high users, and they can view the data. So if customer calls why my bill is high, they can see all the information, customer 360-degree information. So that's what we have provided. We'll do a demo today as well if we get chance after the presentation. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, thanks. So here is our team, and myself, CEO and founder. We have Mr. Paul Pichel as business dev, Shane as business dev. Shane was retired from Newport Beach last year, and he helped me start helping with the business. So yeah, these are some of our team members, and we do have a bunch of developers. Please go to the next slide. So here is a quick view of our portals. So this is a customer app. So City of Lamarck residents can also download an app along with the browser, which is a responsive version. So they can see both on any device, any laptop. They can open up their portal, they can log in, and they can see their consumption data along with, they can open up the bills, connect for payments, so on and so forth. Yeah. Next slide, please. So Ecotrax is helping water agencies and its customers to adapt to growth with efficient water use. We are aligned with UNSG's sustainability goals, and helping customers, commercial and water utilities. Next slide, please. All right, so here are our existing customers where we have launched our customer portal and also some of the forecastings. So we started with City of American Canyon in Napa Valley and Newport Beach, Buena Park, Irvine Ranch Water District, so on and so forth. As you can see, ready for launch, we have City of Lamarck as well. So after this meeting, our team is going to train Venetia and the team to start testing the portal, so it's ready for the launch. So yeah, during this all implementations with different cities, our customer engagement platform and lead management software, we have also partnered with some of the companies like smart metering companies, Mueller. In Lamarck case, we have Census, which is Xylem smart metering, and also we have OpenGov for the billing platform. So we have integrated with both. Along with that, we have third integration with Data Pros, which helps them open up the view the customer bills. So we can open up the bills in the portal. Next slide, please. All right. So here are some of the key features for the consumer portal or customer engagement portal. So customers can track and compare their water consumption. They can view and pay bills. They can receive alerts and notifications. We do have a gamifications to increase customer adoption. And yeah, we understand Texas is slightly different than California, but education-wise, we are trying to educate customers how much they should be using. So there's a budget allocation as well. If in future you guys need budget allocation, we have futuristic modules as well. And along with that, integrating with the billing, payment, and AMI systems, like I said before. So that's a customer engagement portal, one-stop shop portal for all your customer needs. They can also reach out to the utility staff if they have an issue. Utility can respond back. So it's a two-way notification, right? In the middle layer is integration. So like I mentioned before, we have integrated with Xylem/Census AMI meters for City of Lamarck, along with that OpenGov and Data Pros. On the right side, it's water utility. So those are the specific modules. And some of the modules we are releasing already with customer portal. Some in future, if City of Lamarck needs, we do provide that as well. Next slide, please. All right, from here, couple of slides are a little bit technical, so we can just quickly go through them. So it's a web and mobile app access, all-in-one customer portal, real-time alerts, view and pay bill easily, updating contact information, track and compare water use. So those are the main features. We just kind of reiterate from the previous slide, so we can skip this on. Let's go to the next slide. All right. So this gives a little bit integration, system interaction and integration diagram. So Aquatrax is sitting in between, and it's connecting with Data Pros on the left, which is used for opening up the bills, OpenGov for the billing system, as well as Census for the real-time, near real-time AMI consumption, like hourly usage and stuff like that. We do use Twilio SendGrid for notifications. So let's say City of Lamarck wants to send monthly campaigns like sprinkler timer adjustment, or for example, rain is in the forecast. So those can be used in our software platform using the Twilio notifications. So it also helps in customer engagement tracking. Let's say you send an email out, and you can even see the engagement, whether customer is able to receive it. So it tells you like open, deliver, stuff like that. Yeah, next slide, please. So our platform is deployed on Microsoft Azure Cloud, and data ingestion process, we use secure file transfer. It's all secured. Microsoft Azure Cloud storage is SQL database, presentation is .NET, those kind of tools in security, TLS, AES 256-bit encryption, and it's all built on Azure Cloud. Next slide, please. This is just a technology stack, like how this portal is built up. So basically, like I said before, it's a C#.NET on the front end, and on the back end is SQL database. We do have Ionic framework for deploying iOS and Android apps, making it simple for the customers. Next slide, please. Here's a data management slide. So basically how we get the data on Aquatrax SFTP. So we get the data through billing system and the AMI system, and loads in our system. All right, next slide, please. This is just internal processes, how we develop this portal for City of Lamarck. So we have our internal processes for sprint, bi-weekly sprint, which we manage using Azure boards. And we have CI/CD pipelines, continuous integration to this point. Thank you. Go to the next slide, please. Here are some of the testimonials from few of our customers. So Lisa Olin was our first customer, EOCWD, and Joe Berg from Mugdog, Newport Beach, and Josh from state of Utah, and Mr. Juan from Linden City, Utah. Yep. Next slide, please. So now we'll quickly see a couple of slides on customer portal, and I'm going to go a little bit quick on this because these are just the screenshots. And if time permits, we can also do a quick demo of our admin and customer portal. All right, so here are some screenshots of customer portal. So Aquatrax platform, track water usage online, anytime, anywhere on the mobile device or laptop or browser. Next slide, please. So this is a customer registration process. So customer will just go to the URL and they will just open up their bills. They will have their bills handy and they will type in their account password and all, and they can get registered. We do have auto registration to make the process simple, because we do have emails and we can send out auto registration. So everyone will be pre-registered. They just have to click on the link and reset password and they can log in. Next slide, please. So here is our login screen. This is how it looks like on the login. So there's a Lamarck logo on there. So It's more like people know it's a legitimate site for the city of Lamarck residents. Next slide, please. So this is how the customer dashboard looks like. So when customer logs in, they're going to see this dashboard. It provides them high-level information on the last 2 months of usage data, how much over under they are, kind of a thermometer bar with payment links, subscription links, if they want to enroll or de-enroll in some of the notifications. And then there's a little circle over there which tells you like how much is your maximum usage in that given month, in the running month, in comparison to your average daily use. It gives you some rough idea about their daily usage. And then there is some water restriction, like if there are any set days for watering or non-watering, along with some GPD, gallon per day comparison of last 2 billing cycles. Underneath, there are some links which are configurable for City of Lamarck, like for example, social media links. At the right bottom, there is a multilingual, so they can customers can view the data in the portal in different languages like Spanish or Tagalog or whatever they want to. And here are the features on the left, my water usage, billing information, alerts, usage comparison. Customers can set their own notification as well, along with high user leaks, which system sends out. So let's say I'm going on vacation, I can set like 10 gallons. And if system see the usage exceeds 10 gallons, it's going to notify. So those kind of things we have built in the module. All right, next slide, please. Oh, this is just a multilingual support, which I was talking about, multiple languages. Customers can view the data. All right. Next slide. So this is our most heavy duty screen, track usage. It has got hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, and billing cycle view. So customers can see all the data in different units, gallons, 1,000 gallons, amount billed as well. Like how much are my consumption charges? They can download this data and they can set the notifications, whatever they want to. So next slide, please. This is a comparison. So as we go live and we collect more data, we are going to compare, customers can compare the data for last 24 months. Currently, we only have 4 months of data, but as we move on, we'll have more data and they can compare their data. This is a billing cycle view data. So that's all. And they can also compare with neighbors. Next slide, please. This is a screen where customers can update their contact information like email, phone. Next slide. Oh, yeah, and they can also add account and add user. Here is the one with connect with utility. So if customers have any issues, they can report an issue from this screen, and they also have a contact information. They can reach out to City of Lamarck, and this way utility staff will get the request and they can respond back. In future, we are going to use a little bit of AI here to help City and its customer service staff to help with some kind of known issues or very often common use, how to make it more streamlined. We'll work with the city staff to make it more better for the customers engagement wise. All right, next slide, please. So these are notification categories. So what kind of notifications our system sends, right? So potential leaks, high usage. In future, if you want water reports, like monthly water reports, we are doing this in California, a few cities, but if you want, those are also there. Registration, forgot password, water use alerts. So those are the kind of notifications our system sends. Next slide, please. This is a AI assistant module. So we also have a little assistant which helps with commonly asked questions and navigation around the portal. Next slide, please. So what we just saw was a customer portal browser version, which is responsive. So even if that you open up in mobile, it looks like an app. But this is a downloadable app. So customers can go to App Store, Google Play Store. They just type My Aquatrax and it downloads. Next slide, please. So here are some of the screenshots of the mobile app. So it's very user-friendly, iOS and Android, available in both versions. So it has also a dashboard. The functionality is all same as the portal browser version. It's just on native app. So it has little bit more cooler features like Face ID for logging in. So it's more easier to log in, those kind of things. Next slide, please. So here is the homepage. So usage tracking, budget monitoring, leak alerts, bill payment links, quick icons. So those are main functions of the mobile app. Next slide, please. Yep, these are a few more screenshots. Next one, please. Yep, we can skip this one as well. Yep, this is comparison of what I use. Next slide, please. All right, these are the notifications. So this is where customers can unsubscribe or subscribe for the new notifications. And we send all the notifications by default sits in the portal itself without the need of signing up on these alerts. These are mainly for email, push, and text external. All right, next slide. This is just connect with utility. So it's a two-way notification. Yep, next slide. So here is like account details. CIS means customer information system, which is utility billing system, OpenGov system. So these information can update there. Next slide. So now we are on admin portal, utility staff portal, or agency portal. Next slide. So the first thing, utility staff like Mr. Worth or Ms. Venisha, when they log in, they see a management dashboard and they can see the consumption data for the entire city now, aggregated data like billing view as well as AMI view. When you go on AMI view, you can break down into hourly, daily. Yep, we are good. We can skip. Yep. Next slide. Yep. This is a slide for individual customer data. So we have, like we said, we have connected with billing, payment, and AMI. So you can see customer information, property information, account information, meter information, billing history, so on and so forth. Yeah, next slide, please. Here is the example of a billing history. So you have a usage amount as well as the bills. Next slide. So there are a bunch of ways you can do communication with the platform, mass campaigns, individual notifications, but that was another way of doing notifications by drawing a polygon, right? You can just draw a polygon and select a group of customers and you can notify those select customers. Yeah, I think right there. Good job. Yeah. So in Lamarck you have 7,500 plus customer, right? So you can just draw a polygon, select some customers, and send a notification. Yeah. Next slide, please.
Yeah. Mr. How many more slides do we have?
So we have a few more slides. I can quickly skim through those.
Yeah, we are definitely excited about Aquatrax and all of the wonderful information and ways that it will make our lives better.
Yeah.
Here, one of the problems we're having is we can barely see the presentation because of the way that our council chambers is set up. And so while we're trying to follow you, we're having some difficulty because we can't see everything that you're sharing with us. So what I would suggest is that, Ms. Holly, is that you would make available the Aquatrax group on Zoom, have people come in person to the chambers, listen to this presentation on Zoom. Perhaps they might be able to ask questions in a separate meeting. And then we might videotape that and then put that entire meeting online so that our community members might be able to see it. Because I'm clearly not able to see, and I'm looking at council members, I'm looking at people in the audience, and it's hard for us to see. So did you hear that, Mr. Worth? Okay, all right. So Ms. Holly, do you think that's doable, that we might be able to have a special orientation so that the benefits? Okay, very good. We're gonna, again, thank you for this presentation. We will now open this up for a few questions from council, if you don't mind, sir.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Again, thank you for your patience. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have two items. One of the goals of Aquatrack when we were first discussed this, God, it was almost 5 years ago, of putting this particular service as Austin has done and other cities have done. But one of the things that has changed then is emphasis statewide on water conservation. So I would like to suggest or question or ask if in this great Aquatrack portal somewhere that we have a section that talks about or accesses the site Take Care of Texas, which has the water resources, other resources there and links with regard to how you reduce your water expenditures in your house, and what to check for, things of that nature. That's number one. And number two is a link as well. And you mentioned there was going to be a frequently asked questions section, but I would like to see a link where what happens if I can't pay my water bill? And a link to resources automatically, as opposed to people wondering who can I go to? And so those two things are things that I hope can improve the system.
Very good. Anyone else?
I have a couple of questions. Is this going to replace the online? Is it Civic, whatever that is, that they log in to pay their water bill right now? Is this going to replace that, or this is in addition to it?
In addition.
In addition. And this is only available via app. There's not like an on.
It's both ways. There is a browser version as well as app.
Okay.
Yeah, so an email will go out to every email we have on file once
Okay.
we go live, right? So that's every water account we've got an email for as part of the requirements. An email will go out saying, hey, this is available. We encourage you to sign up. And we'll have a presentation, small presentation attached to it about what it does. And then when they do that, then they'll be able to go in and see the features.
Okay, and those who may not have emails, how will they?
Everybody has to have an email to have an account with
Okay.
the city, but we also will call, we can do push to call, where we send text messages, basically.
Mhm.
We're going to see how the email goes for the first round, and then we will do continuous rounds to try and get more. But if anybody ever has an issue,
Mhm.
they can come up to the city or call, and we'll walk them through what they need to do.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
one other item that occurred to me. This is the historical perspective that our residents need to understand. Except for Miss Griffin and probably Mr. Yancey, no, Miss Yancey was here, Mr. Lowry, and the mayor and myself. This was funded by American Rescue Fund dollars. It's only funded for 1 year, as I recall, correct?
Yes, the original purchase, the continuation with the license is not ARPA funded.
Exactly, it's
Correct.
not ARPA. So that's going to be an issue for us moving forward in terms of maintaining, because the original original suggestion was there were going to be a limited number of licenses. At that time, I think we were looking at 5,000, as I recall, until ultimately we got up to the 7,500 users.
Yep.
Or 7,800 users. And we said, let's just do it, introduce it to everybody. But at some point, there's going to be a paring down, but it's funded for 1 year.
Anyone else on this side? Again, we are excited about what your technology is going to bring to our city, to our community, control over their own water accounts. I think that's ultimately what we see as a positive, for very, very different reasons. But we thank you for your technology, and we look forward to working with you. I believe Ms. Holly or one of her representatives will outreach you so that we can have an extended Zoom session. We have many members of our community that are senior. And we want to make sure that we take the time so that they can benefit from this technology as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, sir. We'll see you soon. Let's move now to item 4.4. This would be our presentation from Brooks and Watson. This is our CPA annual financial audit. Good to see you again, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Brooks, audit partner with Brooks, Watson and Company. And I'm sorry about that. And as the mayor mentioned, I will be presenting you with your audited financial statements for the year ended September 30th of 2025. I believe you all have a copy of the complete set of audited financials, along with our audit letters. I have prepared a short summary presentation. This is just going to touch on some of the more important numbers and statements within the report. I will keep it short, and then I'll open it up to questions. All right, first, I just want to give a brief overview of the audit process. The audit is broken into 3 general phases. The first is the planning and risk assessment phase. So this is the initial fact finding that we do. We talk to city staff, try to find out what's happened this year, any new capital projects, new grants, new activity, terminations or new hires, really anything that's going to impact the extent of the audit procedures that we perform. From that process, we do walk away with a preliminary risk assessment and audit plan. So we are going to focus our procedures on higher risk areas or extend them in those areas. I'm sorry about it. Thank you. And the next stage is the audit field work. So this is the year-end field work that we perform. This is what you're typically used to when an auditor comes out and completes their audit. This is when we're requesting all the backup documentation for all the cash accounts, all the payables, expenses, revenues throughout citywide, throughout all funds. So if there is activity that does meet our materiality threshold, it is being audited in some form or fashion. The next stage is the conclusion and reporting. So this is the wrap up of any findings that we did have, the preparation of the financial report, and then the presentation and acceptance of the financial report by the city. Next, just want to briefly go over the components of your report. So first, we have the auditor's opinion. That's followed by the management's discussion and analysis. Then the basic financial statements, which include your government-wide financial statements. These are consolidated and they are on the full accrual level. Then the fund financial statements, which include your activity for all the various funds. Your governmental funds are reported on what's called a modified accrual basis, and your enterprise funds are reported on a full accrual basis. And finally, we have the required supplementary information. This includes any of your budget to actual information, and as well as your TMRS pension schedules. Next is our independent auditor's report. So this is our contribution to your audited financials. So all the numbers and policies within this report are derived from city data with the exception of this report. So this is our letter over the reliability of the financials themselves. So this report can have 4 possible outcomes. The best being an unmodified audit opinion. It means everything is materially correct and presented in accordance with GAAP. All the way to an adverse or exclaimed, which means nothing is reliable for various reasons. In between that, we have what's called a modified audit opinion. So this occurs whenever we can audit and verify the accuracy of most of the information, but there are some areas that we just could not complete our audit procedures over. That is what happened this year as it relates to some material grant revenue and receivables. The city did not have that information on hand and was not able to provide that to us. So it was scoped out of this audit and the city did receive a modification for that. All right, next, I just want to go over several financial highlights. As of the end of the year, total assets exceeded total liabilities by about 34.9 million. Your governmental funds reported a combined ending fund balance deficit in the negative by 2.4 million. This was a decrease of about 8.7 from the prior year. That's consolidated. Your unassigned fund balance in the general fund was a deficit 2.9 million as of the end of the year. And the city had an overall increase in net position, which is on the full accrual level and includes governmental and business type activities of 3.4 million. Next is a summary of your governmental activities revenues. So this does exclude your utility funds. Total revenues for the year were 31.1 million. This was an overall increase of about 6 million. Your property taxes totaled just under 7.3 million, remained very flat and increased 15,000 from the prior year. Sales taxes totaled just under 6.4 million, had an increase of about 820,000. Your grants and contributions totaled 10.5 million and had an increase of just under 5 million. Next is a summary of your governmental activities expenses. Again, this does not include your utility funds. Total expenses for the year were 26.7 million. This was an overall net increase of just under 4.5 million from the prior year. Public safety expenses was your largest expense at 16.5 million and increased 2.7 million. General government totaled 5.7 million and had an increase of just under 700,000. Your public works expenses totaled 3.8 million and had an increase of about 1.1 million. All right. Next is a summary of your changes in fund balance for your governmental funds. So this does not include your utility funds. So the numbers I want to point out here are just the overall increase or decrease in those funds as it relates to fund balance. And then we'll talk about the ending fund balance for the general fund. But starting on the left, you'll see the general fund did have a decrease this year of in fund balance of about 2.9 million. And your debt service fund had a slight increase of about 55,000, which is right where you would want it for your debt service fund. Your GLO Ike Recovery Grant Fund had a decrease of about 2.8 million. That's due to timing of grant reimbursements. Your capital improvements fund had a decrease of 2.9 million. That's also typical with capital improvements funds. As the funding comes in one year, your future years typically have deficits. And your other governmental funds, which include smaller capital projects funds and special revenue funds, had a overall net decrease of about 31,000. All right, next number I want to point out is your ending fund balance for your general fund. So it did end the year in a deficit position of about 1.5 million. So that is your ending fund balance. Within that, there are restricted amounts, which are positive, but there is also an larger unassigned portion of about 2.9 million. The city's policy is to maintain a unassigned fund balance reserve of at least 25% of your annual general fund expenditures. So you guys are obviously in a deficit here, so that's below policy, and the city should work to bring that up. All right. Next is a budget to actual for your general fund. So on the left-hand side, you see your final budgeted numbers after all amendments. Total revenues, expenses, your transfers had an overall planned budget deficit this year of about 73,000. So you anticipated if everything went according to plan, you would have had a loss this year of about 73,000. Your actual results had a deficit this year of about 2.9 million. So the difference between those two numbers is your overall negative budget variance of about 2.8 million. So if we look at the reasons for this on the revenue side, the city had a positive revenue variance of about 1.8 million. So you brought that much more in than you thought you would. And below that, you had a negative expenditure variance of about 2.3 million. The biggest category within this negative expenditure variance is related to public safety, which I think was around 2.4 million. In addition, you had a budget overage within your transfers out of about 2.3 million as well. So all those numbers together are where you get your overall negative budget variance this year. All right. Next is a summary of your changes in net position for your utility and sanitation funds. These are what's called enterprise funds. They're operated differently than your governmental funds. They are funded by fees and rates, and those rates should be set at the right level. That level should fund any operations, debt service, or capital improvements. So if these funds are losing money or you're seeing recurring losses within these funds, it's typically an indication that something needs to be addressed. Either the rate needs to be adjusted or some other operational issue needs to be looked at So there's two numbers here I want to point out. Your overall change in net position this year within your utility fund was an increase of about 6.6 million. But within that, there were transfers in of about 8 million. So the operating, after your not operating and non-operating revenues and expenses, there was a loss in the utility fund by about 1.4 million. The transfers in primarily consist of capital improvements that were utility related, that were transferred in primarily from some of the grant funds. Beside that, you have the sanitation fund, which had a decrease this year of about 41,000. This fund was also in a deficit position at the beginning of the year, so this increased that deficit by 41,000. Okay. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you do have.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Let's open this up to council. Who wants to go first? No, I'll go first. Did anyone of y'all want to go?
You
Okay,
take the lead.
I'll take the lead.
Yeah.
I had some clarifying questions before I get into what I wanted to really ask you about. You said that there was an increase in revenue projections of about 1.8 million.
Mhm.
Do you know what those what makes up that 1.8 million?
If you flip to page 104, there's a detailed breakdown of
Your 104 or our 104?
bottom of the PDF 104. It's gonna
In the book.
In the book.
Oh.
Mhm.
Well,
Here, oh, you got it.
All right, what were you saying? I'm
Read.
sorry. Again, what were you saying?
were you able to find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this has this has all the revenues, the final budgeted revenues and the actual results at the account level. So you see there was on the right-hand side, you see the various items that made that up. Primarily, the biggest difference here was in your intergovernmental revenue.
Intergovernmental.
That'd be your
Does that mean that funds are being transferred from one?
intergovernmental would, in this case, it's grant revenue.
Okay, so these are the monies that are coming into our government from perhaps reimbursements from hurricanes?
Right. Federal or state.
Federal or state? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You said that in the utility fund, there was a $1.4 million loss. Sounded like you were saying that those losses tend to happen because the rates of the services don't match the expenditures.
Right. Mhm.
So our rates are lower than how much it costs us to provide the service.
Right.
Is
That
it-
would.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that would be the case, just on average in a typical year. Any specific year is not, can't make that determination just based off one year. There might have been one-time costs or other issues that occurred. But it is, yeah, in this case, the fund did lose money this year and rates did not cover costs.
Okay. So let me ask you this. In your letter on our page 103, which is your opening letter, you get to this place where you talk about modifications to the audit report.
Mhm.
And you say matter giving rise to qualified opinions on governmental activities and major fund. And this qualified opinion is surrounding Ike recovery funds. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mhm.
Could you elaborate on what actually happened in this particular case?
So this particular fund has the activity related to a specific grant. That grant is managed by a third party. When we requested the information from the city did not have access to some of the grant reimbursements, approvals, contracts related to this specific grant. So we were unable to verify the accuracy and collectability of certain revenues within this fund.
So let me ask you this for layman's terms, so that we can all understand what may or may not be happening in this line item. Because we live on the Gulf Coast, every now and again we have a natural disaster. It's usually a hurricane. Ike was a hurricane. And when that happens, we have to, as a municipality, we have to protect our community. And so there are expenditures that happen that are over and above your projected budget items, as well as your normal course of business. Would that be correct?
It can be correct.
And when those occurrences happen, cities usually mitigate risks immediately, and then the federal government, if they are reimbursable expenditures, will then reimburse.
Quite often, yeah.
And that's exactly what was happening here. We had a hurricane. We provided resources. We mitigated the risk. Those actions were deemed to be reimbursable, apparently, right? We received reimbursement. And then there is an accounting piece to this. Anything that we receive from the federal government, we have to account for. And when I say we, not we in 5 of us, not we in whoever's in the city manager's office, but we as in an organization that is led by those members of our finance team in conjunction with whoever those third parties are. Is that where the breakdown may or may not have happened?
That is, yeah.
That is
And-
where the breakdown
Yeah,
happened.
and there's also some timing issues. There are some expenses that are more than likely reimbursable. There just wasn't the backup that goes behind it. So if the city was able to generate that information and we could go back and re-audit and reissue, this could potentially go away if that was something that did occur. But at this point, we have not received that information, so we cannot say that.
So then what is the next appropriate response for a municipality in situations like this?
So the city should not rely on the third-party grant administrator to house all that information. So the city should have access to that. You should have an internal employee that does maintain anything related to this grant. In addition, the third-party grant administrator may physically do some of the work, but the city should always have access to it. In this case, the city did not have that backup or that information on hand. It may very well exist in the third-party administrator's files. We just have not received it.
So how do we, as a municipality, again, proceed? You're sharing with us what should have happened, right? And we realize that now. How do we proceed appropriately, right? To rectify this situation?
Yeah, there's, I know if you guys are having difficulty getting reimbursed due to some of this missing information, it's something the city should try to recreate, going through, reaching out to vendors, getting the backup documentation, if that is the holdup. If the city was able to fully get reimbursed for this information or for these grants, eventually, if you worked with the granting agency, and they had specific criteria and you guys were able to provide all that to them, really the change is procedural going forward. So just preventative. You don't want this to happen again.
How would we, as a council, right? This is a lot of what I'm going to ask you about is our form of government, and how do we go about making sure that we are holding our manager and their staff members accountable in a proactive way, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you have just described for us, that should be in some sort of a policy. Would that be accurate?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Have you found that to be a part of our policy?
No. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You mentioned in this letter, you mentioned that there was significant risks. But somehow what I understood is that there were risks that were identified and then they were mitigated. And you said that there were no findings noted as a result of audit procedures. Does that sound familiar?
There is a disclosure that talks about certain standard risks that are inherent to every audit.
Okay.
There's management override of control. So no matter what you have in place, there's always an opportunity for certain management to be able to override those. And that is a risk that you can't really avoid. So we design our audit procedures around that. Also, just revenue recognition, that's also a risk, which is a high risk. So that's included as well. But as far as the verbiage on no findings, no, that is not accurate. And if you look, there are 2 letters included. So we did have our list of findings and recommendations. You should have both of these here in front of you.
We don't, it's in the back of the,
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
I had a whole copy of what you were showing me right here.
Oh.
It's in one of these. Is that
It
correct?
is, yeah. It's going to be the
Oh,
the
turns out.
thinner of the 2 letters.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to ask you in that section is so that we all learn together. You made me believe through the letter that the audit procedures that you use are able to mitigate certain risks. Is that true?
From an auditing standpoint.
From an auditing standpoint.
Right.
Would you explain that
So
to us? Remember, we're not
As far as whether
we're not accountants.
we're going to
CPA.
identify an error related to that risk. So we want to make sure that our procedures
Yeah.
would identify that. And the reporting of that finding and these findings to you are a result of that.
So the audit process is not necessarily an exercise in grading a paper as of how accurate or how good you are. It is more a process that we use so that we can detect if there are any problems or potential problems, risks, or things of that particular nature before they become problems. Is that perhaps?
The goal of the audit would be to come in and be able to have records that are auditable, and this, which would allow the city to produce GAAP basis financials. So financial statements that are presented in accordance with GAAP, which means all of your assets are materially correct, your accruals are made, all your footnotes are disclosed. So when we come in, we're performing our audit procedures over those balances to verify their accuracy and reliability. That's where the grant revenue receivable issue came in. We could not verify the accuracy of that number due to the missing information.
Yeah. Page 121, you mentioned responsibilities of management. Well, one of the things that you shared is that management should be required or is required to evaluate, inform auditors of conditions or events that may raise substantial doubt. In your experience, how often does that happen, and how can we help make this happen in our city?
That specific quote, I believe, is substantial doubt of a going concern. And I think that was at the end of that sentence, but that's a pretty unique situation, especially in municipalities. It means the city may or may be at risk of failing to be able to operate for at least 12 months. So that's what that particular sentence is referring to.
You mentioned that our ending fund balance deficit was about $2.4 million, down by $8.7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier, I believe when Ms. Holly and Mr. Ferguson originally arrived, I thought maybe that was one of the first projections that we might be looking at a $10 million deficit. Is this, Ms. Holly, Mr. Ferguson, is this number that we are looking at tonight, is that an adjustment from what we originally thought?
Just add some context to that number. That number includes your general fund, your Ike recovery fund, your capital improvements fund, that's a consolidated number.
Okay.
So when I went through the changes in fund balance and I pointed out that the capital improvements fund will typically have those large deficits, as well as the Ike recovery. So there you were looking at, 5 million just in those funds alone. So that number in itself is not that unusual. That could happen. The unusual activity is within the general fund, that particular loss.
Okay. So I'm gonna be really quick, just yes or no on some of this. And then the last thing that I'm gonna ask you is for advice on how a council and a council manager form of government, how do we continue to make sure that we are holding staff members accountable and that we are receiving accurate information? But let me run some numbers by you. And I just want you to tell me yes or no if this is what you see in other cities. Government revenues is a category. Property tax, 23%. Is that kind of where everyone else is?
Well, I have to see. Grants can be a huge factor in that. So if you have a year with 10 million in grants, it's going to skew that number.
So this number is skewed.
Yeah, there are a significant number of grants this year. Yeah.
34% of it came from grants and contributions. Is that a skew? So I won't even ask you anymore if that's
that
outline. Okay.
That percentage probably is representative. If you just want to look at what cities typically have, property tax is going to be your largest revenue source for the most part. Most cities are going to rely on property tax. Sales taxes after that. And then you may have other charges for services and grants, but everything else is going to vary. The two big ones are going to be property and sales.
Flip side,
Mhm.
government expenses, public safety,
Generally going to be
62%.
Generally going to be your largest.
Is that normal? I mean, is 60%, 50%?
It may be a little high. Yeah, I'd have to look back, but just,
Public works is 14%. Does that strike you as?
Public works can generally, it would depend on projects that occurred during the year. If there was any street maintenance.
That's just the general fund.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. So those numbers, it's hard to tell. I can't give you just a general standard on those, but
General government, 21%.
again, it would vary.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. You didn't take a step back. So that means that what we're seeing isn't necessarily out of the norm.
I'm sure I've seen the exact same
Okay.
percentages at other cities. Yeah.
Last thing I want to, and I'll step back, but I really, this is the most important question. We are a council manager form of government. How do we do this in a way that we feel comfortable and that our community feels comfortable, that we know the numbers and that we're making decisions based on accurate numbers?
Yeah. One of the biggest breakdowns this year was just related to the budget, going over budget. So the city was allowed to continue to expend over the approved budgeted amounts. I think we've been recommending additional reporting to council for several years now. I think we've had the budget overage comment within our letters for at least as long. Anytime the city goes over budget, that's something that's being pointed out. But that's not just a city council job. That is at the department level. So the department head should be reviewing their budget actuals before any expenditure goes out. There should be an approval process if city's going to go over budget. If there is a budget transfer or a budget amendment, that needs to go through council. In addition, council should be receiving these reports at every meeting or even more often, but you should have an accurate picture of the current budget status. So that in itself, I think, would have addressed this if that was something that was being provided and being acted upon quickly whenever you guys saw the projection or percentage of budget, depending on time of year. But that was the main breakdown with these costs.
Thank you.
Mm.
Is anyone ready? You ready? You want to go, Ms. Lowry?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Who would typically hold the grant information?
Somebody within the city accounting department, it could be a designated grant administrator or grant officer within the city, or some other employee that has that role in addition to maybe an accounting role.
So it would be odd for a third party grant administrator to get all the paperwork in the city to have no record of it
Yeah, it is odd. Yeah,
for
because the
millions
record,
of dollars.
well, a lot of the records did come from the city. The invoices were at some point sent to the city, provided. So that information should have been available within the city. Just either it had been misplaced, wasn't organized, or was not able to be provided timely to us.
And the city has a history of losing paperwork. And that's why I asked, I wanted to know who's responsible, because we have a history of not being able to produce documents when requested by citizens and even an accountant now, an auditor. So, well, and then we have a blame game where we want to blame a third party person when it was actually the city's fault. It's not the third party, it's the city that screwed up there. That wasn't a third party because we had,
Party has the records and will not return them.
but the city had the records.
No, we've never had the records.
I don't believe that.
You want to proceed, Ms. Lowry? You want me to circle back to you?
Yeah, circle back.
All right, who's next?
I do have a question. This is a lot of information to process. This is the first time that we received it, so I may have questions later.
Sure.
But I do have a concern because we have always been unmodified, right? Which is, so I know since you've been, I think since I've been here, we've always been unmodified. And so at the bottom of that page, you say certain material grant revenue and receivables cannot be verified. Is that why we're now modified and not unmodified?
Mhm.
Or is that just one of the reasons?
No, that is the reason. Yeah,
That
if
is-
that had been rectified, you wouldn't have received the
The
modification.
modified,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, so I guess I agree with I guess with Councilman Lowry and the mayor that we've got to get a policy in place to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So we can make sure that we have those, that no third-party vendor has the only copy, right? There's definitely needs to be some type of policy where maybe weekly or because I'm looking at this, I'm not speechless, but I am a little speechless because I'm like, okay, what just happened? But I'm gonna reserve my talk until I make sure I can go through everything.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Griffin, Mr. Campion, who's next?
Yeah.
You wanna go? Okay.
Let's pick up on both this issue, because I went back on that one item and I'm a paper hoarder. So this is the 21 audit that I have here. And what my question on this, this note, your note, was this. This is the first year that note has ever appeared
Mhm.
on any one of our audits,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
So in past years, this has not been an issue, correct?
That's correct. Mhm.
So there's something this year that, mind you, the 24-25, your 24-25 term, because I have all the other ones too
Right.
with supporting. So it's an observation I'm pointing out, right, on that side.
Right.
So number one. Number two, I want to go back and remind people that this is in fact an audit through September of 25, September of 25. And at that time, we're fortunate, we had these changes, new administration coming in, professional management, which we were seeking with experience. And I'll refresh everybody's memory by saying suddenly we had all sorts of numbers being thrown at us.
Right.
We had just finished, right, a retreat where we were told that we had, what was it, $9 million in reserves? And
We was ready
we're
to
not
go.
we're not the bookkeepers. Literally, you could hold it. I mean, I've taken, finance courses for non-finance professionals, but you could hold a gun to my head and I'm not that finance professional, right?
Mhm.
But so I depend upon, Mr. Ferguson and others that were in those positions. We all did. We all did. And having said that, then after all we kind of got a handle on stuff, just want to refresh everybody's memory. Then ultimately, we had to come up with basically $3 million, right, Ms. Holly?
3.5.
And 3.5. And we did that. We made some decisions. We, with the majority of council, implemented a fiscal plan
Right.
that started the road to recovery, a road to recovery, to strengthen our city in this regard. Now, so I want to make those points. So the going back, it's the first time we've ever had that note. And I want to interject this to everyone. When we go to Texas Municipal League conferences, when we go to Economic Development Corporation conferences, when I go to the subsections now, the subsections, like you might go, the subsections for TML could be the smaller cities. I represent the smaller, I'm a representative of the smaller cities to the Houston Galveston Area Council. So we have our little regional meetings too, right? Populations of under 20,000. The push, the marketing that's going on to smaller cities is engage third-party companies to do your grant administration. Why? Because cities can't afford the staff.
There you go.
They can't afford the staff to do that. So that's our challenge, quite frankly, in my opinion, right? That's what we're being fed. We've all of us have seen that. The last TML conference I was there, God knows, I have cards from all these other new groups. So that's where I would love to have some feedback from you. You engage with cities of this size. What's the best practice that when we understand our weaknesses is we're not a rich city. We can't afford staff. Mr. Ferguson and his staff are trying to keep up with what we have going on now. But there has to be some methodology that we can come up with that we can pursue the grants. So that's one thing. Does it make,
Yeah.
that make sense?
I mean, I can.
So understand that. I'm going to go through these, the notes. This is what I was looking for. I always start with these and I'll go back. So once again, this is through September 25. We made our snapshot, our position has improved. Thank you. One area that a note, finding number 14, the Public Funds Investment Act. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ferguson, we've already acted upon that, correct? The adopting a new public funds investment policy?
It's one of the policies that's going to come to you. That's ensuring that our investment policy is updated.
Okay, all right, because you had updated it with the getting on to the as a signatory and things of that nature, right? Okay. And then let me ask you, there was an entry on, and that's with, I worked from the one that was online. There was an entry in here on intangible assets. Intangible assets. In my background, an intangible asset is from an intellectual property background, the value of some trademark, for example, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
What does that represent for a city? Because it seems to be a healthy amount.
That is the related to a contract with the Gulf Coast Water Authority, I believe, and that is related to access to water. So it's where the city is responsible for the debt, but they don't actually own and maintain the infrastructure related to the water that the city has access to. So that creates an intangible asset from the city's perspective. So you do have the liability and the cost side, but you don't have the physical asset. So that non-physical nature of that relationship is the intangible asset.
That helps clarify.
Mhm.
Second area that I'm seeking some clarity on this is the receivable side. The receivable side that totals 11,783,000. And one of the things that I see here that's of significance is a receivable of almost $1 million. Well, I understand that the sales tax, because that's 2 months in deferred, right? It's 2 months back.
Mhm.
So I guess I do understand the $1 million. It's 974 million. But then I see ambulance billings here of $500,000.
Mhm.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. There's a large allowance or against that. So it's a credit against that. So the net amount of that ambulance receivable is much smaller. So that is the amount that they have billed, but ultimately won't collect. So only a percentage of that is actually collectible. So the net of your allowance and your receivables is what you actually flows through to the balance sheet.
So let's pick up there. Because you made the note here that let me find it. The agent did not perform. There's a note in here that
I think you're referring to the accounts payable aging. There was a comment related to that.
well, yeah, that and if not, that the item should be is cheated to the state.
Oh,
Let me find that.
okay, yeah.
Huh?
That was about old checks and stuff y'all had.
Well, it was a significant note here, but I want to pick up on that, because how do you deal with, and I've identified this before previously here on council, and actually we talked about it just last week, right? There's a significant amount of dollars that the state is holding for the city of Lamarque that have been cheated to the state.
Mhm.
How do we account for those? I mean, I can give you a value because I've just taken what I've seen.
Yeah.
How, would that be part of this receivable amount? Or it's not accounted for
No,
anywhere?
yeah, it's not accounted. Once you give it to the state, it's gone, because it was never you had cut the check. Sorry about that. You had cut the check. So it was already off the city's books. The physical check had not been cashed and taken out of the bank account yet.
Okay.
So you were assuming that it was gone. So it's kind of an off book listing of uncleared checks that was taken from the city's book and given to the state. So you do not have a receivable for that anymore.
Okay.
So it's their responsibility. You cleared them off your side, your books, and the state maintains that listing.
Okay. And there it is. Yeah, that was back reconciliation, number 7. And but this item number 6, the unspent bond proceeds,
Mhm.
that's an ugly item that keeps rearing its head all the
I
time.
was gonna ask, what is that?
We're huh? You're trying to get us an accurate number and update on that. Okay. That and the monthly reports. That's since 2021, no monthly reports. So that's part of our challenge. The other thing too, I just want to make a comment. This GLO Ike recovery, and once again, I went through these, both the budget we approved and then your audited financials. That has an interesting life. It appears one year, it goes away the following year. It appears, it goes away. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
We've got some work there on that side. Thank you. That's all.
Would you, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would you expound on, Mayor Pro Tem asked you a question about was it unfunded liability? And Ms. Griffin wanted you to expound on that question so that we can get some more clarity.
Explain to me, which question was that? I don't.
It's the unspent bond proceeds.
Oh, the
I
unspent
just-
bond
yeah.
proceeds,
Mhm.
yeah. So whenever the city issues debt, those proceeds that are received from that debt have certain, they're approved to be spent on certain types of activity. It could be
Mhm.
utility, or it could be streets infrastructure, or whatever's listed in the bond agreement.
Mhm.
Those funds should be maintained and tracked. So anytime a bond expenditure is made with those funds, or one that should have come from those funds, if it's not taken directly from that account should reimburse the fund that actually spent it. So the tracking of all those bond expenditures
Mhm.
and making sure that everything that was supposed to come out of those bond funds did come out of those bond funds, or where the issue lies.
Just for clarity, I wasn't there are some of those,
Mhm.
but the great number of dollars are payments that are due the city of Lamarck from insurance companies for apparently ambulances, so runs.
Yeah,
That's the,
different question on that one. Yeah.
Ms. Griffin, were you done?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Lowry, did you want to circle back?
The only other thing is, it seems like every year in the audit, there's issues with reconciling, and then this year there was stuff going back to, I think it was November 3rd of 2016. I don't know how we can do our books when we're not reconciling properly, especially going back to 2016. It's be kind of a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, the city did have a gap and got behind on bank reconciliation. So that was one of our comments to get caught up. The city did get caught up so we could complete the audit. But there was a pretty significant, it was a difficult thing to do. Once you get behind that, once you get that far behind, city has had turnover, so that contributes to that sort of thing. But once you get behind, it's really hard to get caught back up. So.
And I guess my biggest concern with that is we had a third-party administrator doing that was making a substantial amount of money to do our reconciling.
And they did, and that's how we were able to complete our audit.
Are you talking about yeah, I think we may be talking about two different things. Are you talking about the one that Christine was hiring?
I believe it was about that time.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So you've been with the city now about 2.5 years, is it 3 years?
This was our 5th year.
5th year,
Mhm.
okay, 5th year, okay. So now that you see that we've got better processes when it comes to the cash, remember before we couldn't really see the cash in hand. How do you feel, and this maybe it's just a personal opinion, I know we've got a new financial system. Do you feel that that's working better than the previous one, or do we not know yet? Is it too early to tell?
Yeah, I think as of the date of the audit, yeah, there were still reportable issues. The changes that have been made since then, based off my conversations with the city, steps are being taken to address a lot of these errors, a lot of these issues, policies, maintenance of the bank accounts. So those things will take effect in the 26 audit.
Okay, so in the 26 audit.
Yeah.
So that software that we purchased will help us to eliminate some of these issues.
Software was in here. So, that, although it should help the situation, I think there was some other factors going on contributing to the issues, not just the software. And I will say in a year, there's a software conversion. There's a very, a good chance that there's going to be some errors there and some issues to overcome. So that did occur.
Okay.
Well, we definitely appreciate this presentation. We extended the time for the presentation, the question and answer portion, because this is obviously the foundational issue that all other issues flow from. And this is the most interesting issue that we have for our community members. And so thank you for being patient with us. Thank you for sharing with us. And I don't think that we're going to be done with you. As we learn, perhaps we might, would like for you to revisit and come back if you can, if you're able.
Yeah, sure.
Very good.
Mayor, just to inquire,
Mhm.
in terms of process. I would like to, all of us to be refreshed, and Gus as well too. We haven't formally accepted your report. Is that accurate? We haven't acted upon it.
Then later.
The city has received this back in March,
Oh, the city received.
and it
in
was
March
filed with the city secretary at that
At
time.
that time.
Correct.
So that
Correct.
was the part of compliance with the statute.
Yes, yes.
that-
And we have been asked and already sent that information in to the requesting authorities.
All right, but praise the Lord.
Good clarity, good clarity.
Thank you.
Again, thank you. I'm sure we'll be calling you back sometime within the next few months to help us to understand this better
Sure.
as we move forward. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Moving on to item 5, citizen participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council for 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you are visiting with us via phone. If you are visiting with us on the Zoom platform via smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon, the lower portion of your screen. If you're here in person with us, there is a podium and a microphone. Center aisle, there's a timer on the video screens at about 30 seconds. Our city clerk will wave at you if perhaps your peripheral vision can't see the timer, so that you can begin what we call bringing your horse to the barn. Again, we are asking as a community that we be respectful of one another, but the First Amendment prevails because this is America, and we understand that. But we appreciate your consideration for participating in our forum. Are there any persons online wishing to speak? Haley Winkleman, Ms. Winkleman? Ms. Winkleman? One more time.
I'm here.
Ms. Winkleman.
I'm here. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Name and address.
Haley Winkleman. Not gonna give my address because these are live streamed. I just wanted to pop on and invite everyone. I'm a realtor in the area, and I wanted to invite everyone to an information session, buying a home using down payment assistance. 85% of the homes on the market qualify. And it's going to be at IHOP Tuesday, the 19th, so next Tuesday, from 6:30 to 7:30 in the evening. If anyone would like to come out, everyone is welcome. And I would also like to say, I heard from Orlando over at O'Fay's that some of y'all haven't been out to check out his business. And it would be really, really nice if council and could at least go give him a little bit of business. But other than that, that is all I had for this evening. Thank you for your time. Hope everyone has a wonderful night.
Thank you, Ms. Winkleman. Any other persons online? All right, let's move to those that are here before us. Mr. Ross, James Ross. Welcome, Mr. Ross. Name and address for the record, please.
James Ross, 414 Avenue D. I want to talk about the 2050 plan and how the 2050 plan takes everything on the other side of the railroad tracks and turns it all into light industrial. You know, that is some of your most densely populated area, and you want to make that all light industrial. I understand the homes over there will be legally non-conforming until they get ready to come up to the market. But I want you to think about what the appraisal district's going to do with that piece of property that is now light industrial with a house on it, and how it's going to affect citizens over there. And then the last part I have for the VFW, May 23rd, we're going to be putting flags out, Galveston Memorial Park, Mainland Memorial, and Rising Star, putting a flag out on the veteran headstones. And then after we're done with that, please stop by the VFW. We'll have snacks and drinks and stuff. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. May 23rd.
May 3rd.
Loftus. Welcome, Loftus. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Let's see. When you got chaos around here, a lot of good staff be leaving, right? And so I just was informed that another staff member left, and probably in doing so, we're not able to have our Keep Lamar Beautiful meeting this week. We don't have an agenda. I'm kind of upset about that. Especially having to go, and take this to quarterly or whatever, so we're not meeting regularly. So that's kind of putting us, in a little position, because I've been asking for our financials and I haven't got them yet. And I understand why, but, we've been asking. So maybe whenever we do get to have a meeting, we can see where our money went, because we don't know. And then I want to talk about getting some work done, Ms. Holly, in District A. It's been since about 2018, Mayor, you can remember this, when we got some ditches dug over there. I've seen one ditch dug in District A, but I ain't seen no more. And I got standing water in front of my house right now. And it's always like that. So with this, hopefully one of you will pull up the what's on the agenda for city manager's report and have a discussion about it. It look good on paper. It looks really good. But I want to see some action. Some of these potholes and stuff, mind you, Ms. Holly, they have been getting some asphalt put over them. I don't know if we ran out, because there's one spot that it got asphalt put over, but it was a nice little spot that wasn't. Over on, I believe, Boss.
Is it Boss?
Yeah.
Okay.
So seems like we might be getting the message and doing a little better. And I did see that Boss and Bellevue Street is probably on the list, maybe in the future to get redone. Boss for sure, because I try to avoid the street from now. I had to spend money to fix my wife's car because she hit one of those potholes, and there you have it. So there's a lot more I want to say, but I'm gonna hold off on that because I'm really frustrated about a few things right now, because chaos keeps a city in turmoil. And when you lose a lot of good staff, you can't prosper.
Thank you, Ms. Loftus. Robert Mishtich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mistich, 24 North Curlew. Want to thank Mr. Ferguson for his presentations early last week, considering on the options for budget and where you guys might need to go. One of the things that was in his presentation causes a lot of heartburn, and it causes the public not to believe anything that is coming out, even in this budget presentation or this audit presentation. This audit, our numbers come from the city. Auditor doesn't make them up. Come from you guys or come from the administration. But in the presentation last week, there was one line item in there that made a remark about a forensic audit that y'all had passed. And it was saying that it's just unaffordable. It was going to run up to $20 million. That is ridiculous to even make a statement like that. And when you do that and you put it in writing, how's anybody going to believe that? How's anybody going to believe what else is going? I will say out of the audit here, and I see where we went up just in our obligations, certificates of obligations, contractual obligations, everything. Some $7.9 million from 24 through 25, let alone what we're going to do this year. Not a lot of money that we went up. All I'm saying, folks, is you better watch your budget and you better go to the very minimum, because you still haven't complied with what the state has asked. And I will say, you do have all your records for your grants. And what we don't have was any updates from the GLO about the expenditures. That's still an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Clarence Caldwell. Welcome, Mr. Caldwell. Name and address for the record, please.
Y'all got that air conditioning going, don't you? Next time, break a coat. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the city council, fire department, and police department on their fine work. We got an issue that's going on in the Prairie Walker area. We've been having vagrants that are saying they're working to sell internet. These people are not selling internet. These people are casing people's homes out. I have it on tape on one guy. He comes and he does like this, barely locks on my door. Then he steps back. Then he goes next door. Then he's taking pictures at my home. Then there was another individual, which they posted on Facebook. Another guy was out claiming he's doing the exact same thing. Stuff is starting to get ridiculous. And I mean, it's really getting bad. And something needs to be done about that. If they're out there selling something, they're supposed to have a permit from the city. If the permit is only $10 or whatever, I don't know how much it is, jump it up to $100, maybe that may help out a lot of people on that right there. And my second issue is that I was really disappointed when she read out the numbers out on how many people came out to vote, and amount of people that's in the Marque that are registered voters, 234 people. That's ridiculous. That don't make any sense. And y'all work y'all butts off. Sometimes y'all out here till 10, 11 o'clock at night. But when they need y'all help, they out here to complain, scream, make videos, and point fingers at people. That's not how you get stuff done. You get stuff done by being cordial and everybody on the same accord. And when you continue with confusion, nothing gets done. All that mess needs to come to a stop. We are one family, the city of Little Marque. Let's all get on the same board, and let's right there get this city out of debt, and let's right there make this city a great city. Y'all bragged about the Bayou Fest. Hey, let's brag about it 365 days a year.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you.
If I happen to mispronounce, please forgive me. Min Kim, it looks like B-U-I.
Yes.
How do you say that? I want to make sure that I say it correctly. Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Min Kim Bui?
Yes.
Welcome.
He's not here. He's my father-in-law.
He's your father-in-law?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And he on the perimeter cleaner.
Okay, hold on just a minute with that thought. Make sure that we're ready. we're ready. Welcome.
Hi, here is Ming Kimball, and here on the Purim cleaner
Mhm.
at 1827 Tessit Avenue.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, and he not here, and he want me to asking like, there's anything about the water bill that you guys can help to lower the price down?
Mhm.
Because from the last month it went up like almost double the price.
Mhm.
Like every month it's like 3,000, but this month it's going up to almost 6,000.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he have some friend is close here like Texas City,
Mhm.
but the user is not much different, but it's like the price is so much different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, we cannot, because this is a citizen's request for hearing, and there are things that citizens want to talk about that aren't posted on our agenda. We cannot have a discussion right now about it, but there is an item on our agenda later in this meeting where we will address that issue. You're more than welcome to sit with us and wait till that item comes up so that you can hear it yourself. But there is an item on our agenda that will address the issues that you are addressing now. We just can't talk to you about them in this part of the meeting, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Sit tight. Thank you for representing your dad, though. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Brandon Kantowski. Welcome, Brandon. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Brandon Kantowski. So, thanks for the 3 minutes. The foundational issue is, like you mentioned, the financial audit, that it's not a foundational issue. That's more just a symptom. James 3:16 says, where there's envy and strife, there's also confusion in every evil work. I think that's what's going on here. I know there's a lot of strife going on here. Not sure about envy. Maybe with the crawfish boil and that stuff, there's a lot of envy going on, but I don't know about all the other stuff. But I do have some questions that I want to ask, and I know y'all can't answer, but I'll just go ahead. Code enforcement. When a complaint is received, what are the required investigative steps? Are code enforcement officers required to physically inspect the property, or can a complaint be closed without leaving the vehicle? Are officers required to take photographs of the alleged violation as part of the investigation? Are written notes, observations, and photographs maintained as official records? When a case is closed with the finding of no violation, what documentation is required to support that conclusion? Is there any supervisory review or audit process to ensure investigations are complete and consistent? If multiple complaints are made over time regarding the same property, does the city track them as a pattern, or are they treated as unrelated separate complaints? What accountability exists if an officer fails to properly investigate or closes a case without sufficient documentation? What are the process and what process exists for a resident to request review of a closed code enforcement case? Let's shift to the public safety and performance measurement. I recently watched a presentation with Mr. Worth and the new chief of police, Mr. Franklin. He stated that the crime rate decreased between 21 and 25 and attributed that decrease to the city hiring more officers. My question is, how is crime rate being defined in that analysis? At the same time, the crime is reported as decreasing, the calls for service have significantly increased during those same years. So how does the city distinguish between actual reductions in crime and increases in repeated calls for service disturbances or ongoing neighborhood issues? Thank you.
Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Kantowski.
Do you have the number of calls per service for each year? Do you have it with you by chance?
During that report.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Harvey. Name and address for the record. Welcome, Robert.
Welcome. Robert Harvey, not going to give my address. That's Fourth Amendment right of mine. First, I'm going to say congratulations, Tanya, on the election. I was pulling for you. I've been saying this for over a year. If Councilman Lowry could just behave for 2 weeks and act professional and act like an elected official, I wouldn't have any reason to come down here. Well, just in the last 2 weeks, he's covered up my political signs. He's still stalking me. He showed up where I was working, beat on my window. When I got out, he got right inches away from my face, assaulted me, poked me in the face, and then within minutes, he went and grabbed a can of bear spray and acted like a little girl 20 feet away. I'm scared. I'm going to spray you. I'm scared. Literally right after he was just in my face, poking me in my face. He called me a pedophile numerous times, which isn't true. Him and his wife on their fake page that they run about me, they've doxed my address and my phone number. Yeah, which reminds me, he still hasn't gotten his mental evaluation. So recently, a few days ago, he goes on this podcast. I can't remember the name of the podcast. I think it's called Prison Talk. Calls me a pedophile numerous times again, but he gives his excuses this time. First, he says because of Haley's husband. He dug up some dirt on Haley's husband. I don't know what it is. I've never met Haley's husband. I've never had a conversation with him. I've never had a text message with him. I don't even know what he looks like. Then he brings up this YouTuber from a few years ago who got arrested for some kind of child molestation. News Now Houston. I've never met the guy, never had a conversation with the guy, never had any kind of relationship with the guy, never sent him an email or anything. If anybody can disprove what I just said, I will pay you $1,000 cash reward right now. Then his other excuse is because I was friends with BZ Watchdog. To my knowledge, BZ Watchdog has no convictions of being a pedophile, no pending charges, or no alleged allegations. This is just something that Lowry saw some troll on the internet say, and he's using these 3 excuses to call me a pedophile. Oh, and the fact that his son reached out to me and has been communicating with me. By the way, I've never called his son one time. His son has been calling me. It's your own fault that your son called me because you keep posting my phone number all over the place. If you wouldn't have been posting my phone number all over the place, your kids and all your critics wouldn't be calling me to talk about you. Is the time right? 10 seconds. I still got 2 more pages. Okay.
That's it.
Shut your mouth.
That is, Harvey. Thank you. Thank you.
It's not his right
No,
to say that's
yeah,
it when
he did.
it's my time to
I
speak.
get it. I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. Well, I said it when the timer went off.
Sorry, I'll be back next 2 weeks and I'll finish these other 2 pages.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
gets worse.
Yes,
A lot
sir.
worse.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Mayor.
Mr. Harvey, Mayor Pro Tem wants to let you know we don't have a meeting in 2 weeks, and so it'll be the June meeting.
Okay.
I'll come back anyway.
Thank you, Mayor. Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
Again, we thank each and every one of you that participated. We certainly take those comments into consideration. We pray that we might be able to move the city forward with the knowledge that we have been presented in this, our citizens' participation. We're moving now to item 6. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion on these items. If a discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Council, unless there is something that you would like to pull, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
The Mayor, just the interlocal collection.
Would you like to pull that out? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Make that motion to do the other 3, Joe.
And move to approve the remaining.
Is there a second? Any omissions, corrections, or additions to those minutes? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 6.4, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just for clarity, the public improvement, this PID is the Painted Meadows area. exclusively or that? Dude, wasn't too clear.
So the city has 5 PIDs,
I know, but this is PID number 1.
but it's actually all of them.
Oh, it's all of
It's
them.
all 5, yes.
That's
so
where I was confused.
where this comes from is our tax collector for the PIDs, who has been the collector since their inception, is getting out of that business. And so they sent us a letter of contract cancellation as part of the contract. We have to then find another entity to collect tax, or we would have to collect it ourselves, which we were nowhere near prepared to do. We tried to find other options, but the cheapest and only one prepared to do it was Charles Johnson and the county tax collector. So we asked for that documentation to go that direction.
What's this increase then? Is there an increase on cost for collection?
I actually think it's a hair cheaper, but
okay, that's fine.
The county is usually the cheapest.
There's a motion on the floor.
What is Lamarque Public Improvement District? What is that?
Those are PIDs, they're funding mechanisms. If there is a development that is happening inside of that PID, there's a funding mechanism that's needed to facilitate
How many
the
PIDs
development.
do we have?
5.
Okay.
You got PIDs, you got MUDs, you got, all those are funding mechanisms.
Okay.
But PIDs are locally controlled, which makes them much better.
Okay.
Very good point, Ms. Holly.
And Mayor, to be clear, under the PIDs, the income generated is collected, but it goes back to the developer for the infrastructure improvement that have occurred in that area.
Yeah, we were a pass-through. Yeah.
Pass-through.
Yep. So, did I answer your question, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
All right, I believe Mayor Pro Tem was trying to make the motion to approve 6-4.
Second.
Is there a second? Any further discussion on 6-4? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item 7, old business items presented to council for discussion, possible action. 7-1, Lamarque Vision 2050. Consider implementation of Lamarque Vision 2050 plan. I put this item on the agenda because I wanted to make sure that we are acting on the Lamarque 2050 plan. There are 2 items that would, for lack of a better term, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We are in the midst of financial realignment and financial restructuring. And so because of that, I wanted to make sure, council, that we have, that Ms. Holly brings back to us for formal approval, not only those items that the Finance Committee has recommended, but also now those items that have been brought to our attention by this 24-25 audit.
Okay.
And there are about 15 findings, Ms. Holly. Is that worth 15 findings?
And the recommendations.
There are 15 findings and recommendations. And so now we have the findings and recommendations of the Finance Committee. That should be part of the financial thrust of Lamarque 2050. Now, and then we have the 15 recommendations from the audit. I would like to make sure that that is a part of the Lamarque 2050 plan as well. I would like for us to move forward with a mid-year budget workshop for the foreseeable future in January. We need to do the exact same thing in January that we do every summer. Right after Christmas, let's do the whole thing all over. And look at the year to dates, look at the projections, and not necessarily legally, but formally, the council can affirm the direction or direct the manager in a different way. I want to make sure that part of this Lamarque 2050 plan incorporates a policy requiring that third-party grant administrators, that those documents are here with us, and then that we would be the responsible party. And if we want to share those documents, and it's legal to do so with the third-party administrator, however that works, I want to make sure that that is part of the policy, as well as receiving those monthly reports that we desperately need to receive in order to make decisions on behalf of our community members.
Yes, sir.
So that would be the financial piece of the Lamarck 2050 plan that I would recommend that council adopt and move forward tonight. The other issue, I believe, in Lamarck 2050 plan, I'm looking through my notes now, ladies and gentlemen, to find my place. Modernizing the infrastructure. I think that we need a plan to modernize our infrastructure, to upgrade our city services, so that we can support future and current and future needs. Primarily in relation to our digital infrastructure, as well as our public works department. They are overworked. They are, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, I mean this in a factual way. They're overworked and they are underskilled when we think about what we are asking them to do. They're incredibly bright and have tremendous potential, but if we have not trained them and set them on the proper course, right? So that's the context of what I am suggesting. I keep saying to us that a city our size really should focus on the 3 to 4 things that we do well and do them. Right? Mayor Pro Tem earlier in this meeting shared this move towards cities acquiring third-party help. It was in a different context, but a city our size perhaps might need to look at some of these services that we are holding on to that we cannot adequately perform. If that makes sense?
Yes, sir.
I'm 5'8.5", I'm 53 years old. There should be no reason for me to be thinking that I'm going to be in the NBA. I can't. There are some services that our public works department are trying to provide that they just simply can't. Doesn't fit. Great men and women, best in this county, but we are asking too much from them at this particular time.
Can't shoot three.
I could shoot 3. I could do that, but I'm still 5'8". Are we council? Are we understanding?
Yeah.
I don't want to take the whole Lamarck 2050 in this year, but I do want us to move forward with the Lamarck 2050. While we can also move forward with reestablishing some things in our infrastructure piece as well as our financial piece. So without objection, council, we can affirm that. We can give Ms. Holly and her staff those items for 2026, 2027, those items that we would want her staff to focus on. Any questions about what I just said? Anyone? Go ahead, Joe.
I was looking at the section that former Councilmember Ross was concerned about. To be clear, the 2020 plan, and if we formally adopt it, we're saying these are goals. These are goals. There are some recommendations that the consultant, those are the consultant's recommendations.
Yeah.
Those are not necessarily our recommendations. They are, if they're to be pursued, they will follow the required rules with regard to rezoning, notice, public comment, things of that nature. Would that be accurate to say? Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so that's all. I just wanted to collect that clarity out there
Yeah.
if we act upon that.
And let's say this before we entertain a motion. What I believe, I brought this to us. What I believe that we're doing is we're giving Ms. Holly and her staff direction to come back with some actual actionable items for us to then officially affirm or reject. And so we'll see this again in a more formal way, but I wanted us to definitely vote to direct her to start this process. And so without objection, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is that second?
Second.
Again, so that we're clear, the council is going to direct Ms. Holly to work on the financial part of the 2050 plan. It's already in there, as well as the infrastructure part of the 2050 plan, which was also already in there. And let me add before we close, councils love to talk about capital improvement projects, street maintenance, and all kind of other issues, but we never work with our finance team to figure out how we project out how we're going to pay for that. And so again, that's unfair to our public works department. We're saying to them in
That's
essence, fix everything. Is really what we're saying to them. Everything, fix it.
Yeah.
But we're not providing any money for them to do that. And so I think we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, council. We are now on item 7.2, council. I was made aware that perhaps we might want to move this to the end of the meeting. Or are we ready to act upon this now?
Is this the one that we were discussing without those two or without?
Mhm.
Okay.
You ready to do it now, Ms. Yancey?
Oh, it's
Without
up to them
objection,
too. They
anyone?
weren't here.
Fine.
You ready to go, Joe? All right. Let's item 7.2, legal services, selecting a consulting city attorney for the city of Lamarque, Texas. This item was tabled on April 27th, 2026. The council, maybe 2 weeks ago, it escapes me, but we interviewed both of our applicants, the Bojorquez, did I say that right?
Borquez.
Bo-
Borquez. You just dropped
I
that
put a
one
horrid,
syllable. You dropped the one syllable. Yeah, Borquez.
Borquez. The Borquez law firm, as well as Mills Shirley law firm, were the two respondents. And so we are moving now with a motion to select one or the other of those firms. I will entertain a motion. Or do we want discussion first?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was laying the groundwork, so now we are going to either discuss before we make a motion or make a motion and then discuss. It doesn't matter to me either way. We just need to start moving to act on this. Sounds like we're very quiet. Let's do a little
I'm just
discussion.
remembering our discussion, so I don't know if we're bringing it back to hear their input. That's where I am. I remember what we discussed about it, but we.
I got
tabled
you.
it.
I see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
I see where you're going with that.
Okay.
So those two members, that was Mr. Lowry and Ms. Yancey were
Mhm.
those members. Ms. Yancey, you were in on part of it. Did you want to? Did you need to?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Mr. Lowry, you were not able to attend. Did you want to ask questions or make comments? Or all we did was interview both of the firms. And so you got the floor.
Plug your ears, Gus. About 5 years ago, I remember you guys were making changes with. Don't do that now. And one of the things you guys switched was actually the auditor. And I think that we need to stay in that pattern of, I think the last auditor was here for like 12 years or something. Too long. But I think it's time to move forward and move a different direction.
Okay. You done?
I'm good.
All right, council. I will entertain a motion. Again, we have 3 motions. One would be Borquez. The second would be Mills Shirley. The third would be that we repost the RFQ. But I believe we've done that already once. Is that correct? Okay, okay. Those are our three choices.
I make a motion that we keep Mills and Shirley, but we also work with Workhead.
Mm-hmm.
We discussed that in the back about trying to do a gradual transition. Just so that we could kind of learn a little bit more. Because you know, I've done a little research since we've shared as well. And I think I'm more comfortable with making a slow change than a quick change. Let me just say that, as far as just making, but getting some new blood in the area of our legal services. So that's the motion.
That's a long motion, Ms. Yancy.
I'm sorry.
Want to confirm that I got the essence of the motion. So you made a motion to retain Mill Shirley, but also engage Borges Law Firm as well?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to add something to that?
Just some clarity. You're suggesting in your motion that we retain the services of Mill Shirley for an additional 60-day period. I'm looking for some clarity in terms of the time period. And that during that 60-day period, that there be a transition to the other law firm? Is that the motion?
No, that's not the motion. The motion is to retain services with Shirley and Mills.
Mills Shirley.
Mills Shirley. I don't know why I'm sorry. Mills
No,
is late.
okay, okay.
And but also use Marquez as our secondary legal counsel. But our primary legal counsel would be Mills and Shirley.
So does that mean, I'm sorry, does that mean that we no longer use, what was the other one that we've been using for the?
Olson.
Y'all use
Greg.
Olson?
Y'all use, y'all use Olson and Olson.
Denton
They do a
Navarro.
lot. You use Denton Navarro sometimes. You also use a lot of the times, Lloyd Gosling.
Right.
They do all of your utility
Oh,
work.
the utility specialty.
I thought it was Olson and Olson that we were switching out with this new company and keeping Mill Shirley for the other part. That's what I thought we discussed.
Well, yeah, that was that discussion, yeah.
But the
Is that what you're
decisions that we
saying,
make
Ms.
here-
Yancy?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The discussion was in the back, but the
Mhm.
decision still has to be made. I think
Right.
is what Gus is alluding to.
Right.
So let's
Clean it up.
you want, so Ms. Yancey, is it true that your motion says that you want to reappoint Mills Shirley to be the primary representation for the city of Lamarck,
Right.
as well as you want to engage Borges as one of the attorney firms that we work with so that we can get to know them?
Correctly.
Okay.
Correct. Fine.
Is there a second to that motion?
Well, Mayor, what would we use them for then? If we're already retaining counsel from Mill Shirley, then what's the point of retaining another counsel?
To answer that question from a factual standpoint, I think earlier Gus said that we use several firms. We use maybe 3 or 4, Gus? in the different-
Yes, on a daily, or I shouldn't say on a daily, but on a regular basis, y'all have 3 firms that you use for regular stuff. Olson and Olson does a lot of your public information, and depending on availability, human resources. Mill Shirley does your prosecutions, come to the meetings, open meeting, everything except for what Lloyd Gosling does, which is utility stuff.
Yeah.
Because those are utilities, TCQs, your SEPs that y'all have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. sure.
Then what different? What would Borges handle that Mill Shirley does?
I think, again, factual information to move the discussion forward. I don't know outside of a council. We would have to decide that, but I think, Mr. Lowry, what it could look like is if we engage them, we would then have a discussion with them to see exactly how they might be able to benefit. And it might be different areas. You know, it could be human resources. It could be open records. It could be contractual issues with contracts or special representation if there are special circumstances. It could be a lot of different things. I think the idea perhaps might be to engage them to understand who they are and what they might be able to provide for us, and then allow that relationship to naturally bloom in that direction. Go ahead, Jeff.
Mayor, my fellow council members, I'm going to probably my feeling, and just a carryover from the discussion order, is I think that we may need to make a change. I think we need to make a change.
Okay.
But I don't think it's immediate, like what happened and put Mill Shirley. I remember that period of time. Suddenly I get a call from the previous in-house, and I was told, Mill Shirley, you know them, they're going to be our in-house counsel. We didn't have any choice in it, and they've been very effective and things of that nature. I just feel that we need a freshness and I don't know how those transitions work when you change, but I certainly hope it wasn't like you guys came aboard.
It normally is that way.
Is that way? Just
Yes.
hope it happens one day to the other.
Yes, when we have been replaced or replaced other law firms at other public entities or private clients, it is.
Well, you guys transfer files and things of that nature.
Right, but it is effective
It's
immediately.
effectively immediately. Well, I'm going to be, that's my
Sure.
my feeling.
Sure. I appreciate that, Joe. Good.
Yancy, would you let me amend your motion to make a full changeover in, say, 60 to 90 days?
No, and I'm telling you why. You know, and we've had these discussions in the back. I really, no, I believe in local, right? And working with local law firms. And we've been able to kind of ride some of these things out. But I'm not really, 2 weeks ago, I would probably be with you. But I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'm trying to figure out a better transition than right now. And so that's why I think, and because we have some other pressing issues as well, I think it may be best just to stay on the horse we do know, so to speak. Before we make that change. Is change coming? Possibly. I don't know, but I think right now to stick to what we have for the time being. Based on what we talked about in the back, I did hear that conversation and it was convincing for me to stay where we are for right now. But I am very interested though in this law firm. I was impressed with the owner. I liked what he had to say, but I would like to include him on our staff as well. But I think our primary should be Mills and Sherrills, and our secondary should be Marquez. Did I say it right? Marquez? Okay.
Marcus. That's your motion?
That's still my
Second?
motion.
Would you second it?
We all talked about change and that, you know, we're going in a good direction. Everything is getting reset. Everybody's, you know, starting to catch traction. And then we switched over to the concern about things hanging in limbo doing that switch. And so I'm hearing now that is not a concern because that's a part of the separation process. But I'm looking forward to some change.
Or we can amend it to say we'll look at it in December. I mean, I don't know. Well, I already said mine. I'm done.
Well,
I'm looking for change.
here's what I'll say to further discussion. I can understand the idea for potential change. I get that. I understand where that idea comes from, and I respect the idea. Respectfully, I simply believe that this is a very chaotic time, and this is a very unstable time. There are a lot of staff members, high-level key department heads that have been transitioned. And there will be more. We will, in a few days, be without senior level city clerk. Within a few months, be without one of the more seasoned city managers that has ever sat on this dais
My God.
with us, because we believe in the idea of change, and perhaps there are reasons that we believe that, but I believe that Mills Shirley has been solid in the fact that they have remained what, in essence, a city attorney, in my experience, personal experience, should be. They should not lead a city. They should not be responsible for chastising, punishing, reprimanding, or even removing anyone. They are here to ensure that the city is not liable or put at risk in ways that could be legally prevented. And the last few years has been unprecedented. And nobody knew how to handle what we've had to handle. And so I think it's important that we understand what has happened. In a sea of change, Mills Shirley, for me, one person, provides stability. Secondly, Mills Shirley is being blamed, in my observation, not by anyone, but just in general. They're being blamed for duties that are not assigned to them. A lot of valid concerns with the Open Meetings Act, valid concerns with the Open Records Act, are attributed to the failures of Mills Shirley, when in essence, Mills Shirley don't even handle those. That they're not, that's Olson and Olson. And so while change might be on the minds of a lot of us, it's on my mind as well. I think stability in this particular position, at least for, I would say, a year. I would say a year, because I believe that we have to find some level of stability. And so I'll stop there, and certainly we can entertain motions.
Okay, I just have one other
Yes.
follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
So change is also replacing Olson and Olson with this new attorney and keeping Mills Shirley doing. That's also change.
Sure.
I just wanted to throw that out.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Yancey had a motion on the floor.
Mayor, I have some.
Okay, okay. Let's hold Ms. Yancey's motion. Mr. Lowry, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can go through, and think back, and I can go through a slew of things, and I'm not trying to do that. But I am gonna bring, you said punishing and chastising, okay?
Mhm.
This council allowed that through this lawyer.
Mhm.
Okay, you guys created an ethics ordinance. You guys got to have your fun with me. You guys got to censor me. You guys did not follow the exact ordinance that was created by this law firm and this council in order to censor me. You didn't follow the process. I tried to get you to. I've discussed that with him through the years on how it was violated. He's been silent. Okay, you guys created it. You had your fun with it. You censored me. I don't even care, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, whatever. It is time for change. Okay, and then to say that they're not involved with open records, well, there are stories in the Galveston Daily News contrary to that from staff giving testimony to the Galveston Daily News on what their role is or what they have done on open records. So it is time for change. There's been a lot of issues through the years that Mill Shirley could have prevented. And maybe a new attorney will be more aggressive with handling things inside the city. But it's time for change. It's time for change. You know, I asked for something to be put on the agenda. I asked 3 weeks ago. It was never put on the agenda. And some of the information that we got from this lawyer was actually incorrect. And so I'm asking for it to be placed on the agenda for a third time, fourth time, a fifth time, a sixth time. So it is time for change. It is time for change. There's a bias from this guy here. He has his people that he listens to, and then people that he just flat out ignores. And we shouldn't have to work like that. None of us. And it's time for change. The citizens deserve better. And if you're going to have a law firm create an ordinance or a council create an ordinance, and then you guys are going to violate that very ordinance to censor somebody and then not correct it, that's just flat wrong. What else is he going to do that's wrong? What else has he done that's wrong? It's time for change.
So hold on, William. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Lowry, we hear you. We hear you. And I appreciate what you just said. And I'm taking that into consideration.
I'm listening to very, very good conversation, by the way. Thank you. One item that as I've heard, and Mary, you said this in your comments, which I think is applicable. What's you're carried over to about August, right?
July 31st.
How much?
July 31st.
July, yeah, that's what I thought. August. Yeah, and then we select a new person. I will support Ms. Yancey, but I would like to see the changeover occur in the new fiscal year, except for what would be the end of would be October 1. October 1 new fiscal year that'll get us a new city manager, and that there be an effective termination of the Mill Shirley legal representation, and a new this Bodhadkis law firm then become our city attorney.
My motion still stands, and I'll extend it to a year.
The second.
Can we do the motion again? I don't even remember.
The motion, I believe, Miss Nance, is that Mill Shirley be reappointed as the primary city attorney, as well as engage the Borges law firm in a capacity to be determined later. And that is for a year. Is your motion? Okay.
For both of them?
In that, not, hold on just a minute, Miss Griffin. In that, Miss Griffin's, I thought you said you wanted Borges to potentially replace whatever Olsen and Olsen is doing.
Mhm.
Is that what you're?
That was what, yeah.
Is that what you?
I mean, that's not That's not what I had in mind. What I have in mind is for us to engage in business with them.
And
It
indeterminate.
doesn't matter to me who's secondary, third. It's just, I
got you.
would like to engage with them so we can get to know this firm better. I think we're all in agreement that we want some things to possibly be better. But I want to make a gradual change rather than a quick change because of everything that we have. And I guess another person has just resigned, as Mr. Loftus just said, that we don't know about. And so we do need to have some clear cut stability, but to my councilman Lowry and Mayor Pro Tem, I think everybody's bringing some valid points that we do need to try to have good legal representation. Not that I'm saying that we haven't, but I hear the voice of Lowry, I hear the voice of Mayor Pro Tem as well. But we've got some things pending in this audit. We've got some things pending that's going on. I don't know if anybody really could see that, but I feel that we need to have a law firm that has that history, that knows what's happening, rather than having to come with a brand new law firm and then you've got to get them, catch them all up to date. And one thing I know about our staff, if they don't want somebody, they will let you know. And no one on this staff has come to me to say anything about our current legal representation. Just a FYI.
The second. One more time, is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. I'll entertain an additional motion.
Make a motion to hire Borquez Law Firm as our fabulous city manager departs in August or September, because aren't you staying for a couple of months with the new hire, with the training process, or?
The contract ends July 31st. So if there needs to be overlap, there can be, but that is the end of the contract.
So hire Borquez through starting July 31st, or August 1st.
The second to that motion.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Again, I will share caution to our council, colleagues of mine. I can remember back when in 2001, when Tink Jackson and 6 of our directors left, and we are still trying to recover from that. And I respect what Councilmember Lowry is sharing with us from his experiences and what Mayor Pro Tem is sharing with us from his experiences. I respect that. Those are valid experiences. But I think that at this point in our city's history, stability is important when it comes to our city attorney. And sometimes you can want change. And I don't mean this in a way that is disrespectful to my colleagues or questioning motives. And so what I'm saying is sometimes we can be so frustrated that we want change so bad that we make changes because of those feelings. And it might not be the wisest way to make change or the appropriate time to make change. And I just believe with all of the turnover that we should try to provide stability. The only person, respectfully, that I've heard articulate problems with Mill Shirley in this discussion has been Mr. Lowry. He said 5, 6 different things that he had issues with succinctly. And so he gave his reasons for change. But the rest of us have just said, we want to change. And that sounds like change for change sake. And I don't know if that's the best course of action for a city who has had more change than the next 10 cities combined. And so I'll leave it at that. It's a healthy discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, you're right. And I think this is the way that we should approach all of our discussions, calmly with our positions to see if we can move forward. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Opposed.
Nay.
The motion fails, 2-3. I'll entertain a different motion.
I'm out of motions.
You're out of emotions too, huh? Tell you what,
I say half and I said, Borowitz to replace.
would you like to offer that as a friendly motion to Ms. Yancey? Ms. Yancey, would you accept that as a friendly amendment? What did I say, the motion?
Yeah, there's not.
There's
There's not.
There's not a motion right now on the
Oh,
floor.
okay. I'm
Just,
sorry.
may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Jay.
Ms. Griffin, well, we haven't, Olson, we'd asked for this, but the question was whether we had some sort of an agreement with them, and we were going to try to track that down. That there was a letter, apparently someone mentioned a letter agreement. So I don't even know the terms other than I know the healthy amounts that we paid them, the substantial amounts. So that if we're going to go that route, perhaps maybe we need to table this one more time to get that further information, and we'd be in a better position to look at this.
I'll make a motion that we keep Mills Cheryl's, I'm sorry, as our primary, and we'll replace Olson and Olson with Marque's as the secondary. I thought I said that.
Is that your motion? Is there a second? Is there a second? There's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
And that's just, by the way, that's assuming, because I asked the question from Mill Shirley earlier, that's assuming that Borges would do that. That's assuming.
I will say this. I cannot speak for any of those people, but if in the interim, if Mill Shirley is retained, we will ensure that those deadlines are met and those questions are responded to.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lowry.
For 5 years, for the last 5 years, we prevented the city nearly going into bankruptcy when we had citizens for years say, where's the check register? When we've had counsel say, where's the check register? Where was our attorney when the citizens are saying, hey, where's our check register? When counsel is saying, where's our check register? It's time for change, something positive. We need somebody that's going to be aggressive. We need somebody that's going to hold people accountable. We need somebody that's going to make sure that things are done right for the community. It's
That's
not
the city manager's role, sir, on the finance. It's not the attorneys. That really is the city manager.
Yeah, and
he can advise the city manager to make them do their job, whether it's finance or whoever. If we're not getting stuff that the council, I believe that the lawyer should have a say in that. If we're not getting the stuff as an elected official, which is very common, I can't get stuff I ask for as a taxpaying citizen through open records or as an elected official. How many times have I asked you for stuff and I don't get it? Where's our city attorney? It's a bunch of BS, and to keep them around, it's a spit in the face to the taxpayers and to elected officials that he's not good for the city. He's not good for the city. Period. There's people that like him up here because they get what they want. They get what they want. That's why they like him.
Yeah.
And these are based on, It's based on facts. And I understand you
both
said
hands.
emotions and stuff like that. When you make a business decision, you don't make it off of emotions. You look at the data, what has happened, was it right, was it wrong? You compile it, think of it, and then you make a decision. And there's been so much stuff wrong right here. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. But
No, we,
I'm one
we,
person.
we,
And
we-
if council for the last 5 years would listen to half the stuff I said, we wouldn't be in this position in the first place.
we hear you, Ms. Lowry. We respect what you're saying. Gus, I thought maybe perhaps you were leaning into the microphone to say.
I was just gonna say, I understand Councilmember Lowry's frustration. I was going to echo what Ms. Holly had to say. My job is to provide advice. No one at this city reports to me. I do not have supervisory authority over anyone.
Advice. You said it, advice.
Yes,
Give
and
advice.
I give advice every day to
If someone's not doing their job, you give advice, correct?
and then people,
Like you did to me over the weekend
Yeah.
or on yesterday or whenever you said.
and you called me corrupt and ignored me. So
Okay,
I
guys.
can't do
Okay,
anything
guys.
about that.
Okay, guys. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Let's bring it back. Again, we understand, Mr. Lowry, your concern. It has been communicated very effectively. We appreciate that. Gus, we understand, this is a very difficult situation, for anybody to be in. And so we get that as well. There is a motion on the floor that we retain the services of Mills Shirley as our primary, legal representation, as well as an offer, to invite Marquez to be one of our vendors, to see if there's synergy, to get them working on behalf of the people of Lamarck. And this is definitely an important issue. It's complex, and there are a lot of different experiences, and we respect each and every one of them. And so if there's no further, go ahead, Mayor Pro
Quick
Tem.
question for clarity. If we proceed on this, then as this relationship develops with both firms,
Yeah.
at some point, we can finally say, look, bring this back and say, let's make a complete transition.
Yeah.
Would that be accurate to say?
I agree. I think that the idea is stability. And I think that
Know the other firm and.
getting to know the other firm. And I think that those frustrations that we have with Mills Shirley, because it's not Gus, it's the firm, right? They're ultimately responsible. I think that you're hearing that. And so I would expect you to respond to that. And that your firm would respond to those items. And again, Mayor Pro Tem, you're accurate. City attorneys can be removed at the pleasure of a council. We can, hold on, let me finish, Ms. Lowry, and I'll let you in.
idea.
Yeah, I'll let you in. City attorneys can be removed at the pleasure of council, discretion of council. We can call a meeting tomorrow and have Gus come back Friday and say, hey, bye, Gus. So that can happen at any time. You get what my point, Ms. Nance. That can happen at any time. And so I think now there is definitely in the brain of Mills Shirley, the idea that there has to be some changes made. And there are other law firms that we are having interest in to see perhaps if those law firms might be better. Mr. Lowry, you wanted to jump in?
So so we want to keep the law firm, or do we want to keep Gus? I would be okay with keeping Mills Shirley if we could replace Gus.
No, I got what you're
If
saying.
we can add that to the amendment, or if I can make an amendment to the motion.
I'm not adding that to the amendment.
Let's take action tonight. And then, Mr. Lowry, what I believe could be able to do down the line is have those conversations with
Mr. Booth.
Mills Shirley and Mr. Booth, who is the primary on this particular account, would be Mr. Booth. And so we can definitely have those conversations with Mr. Booth and see what that response will be. Absolutely. Absolutely. We don't want any of our council members, our staff members, our vendors, our community members, our visitors. We don't want any person, if at all possible, to feel uncomfortable or unheard by any member of our organization. Sometimes it happens. We ferret it out. We figure it out. We inquire about it. And sometimes those are valid, and sometimes there's a misunderstanding, and maybe there's some miscommunication. But you are a member of this council, a member of this community. There's some consternation with your relationship with a member of Mill Shirley's law firm. And so because of that, we have to at least have a meeting about that to see what that looks like. Absolutely. You deserve that. Absolutely. Any further comments? Let's call for a vote. Did we vote yet or no? Let's call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, council. Let me just stop and say this. What just happened, I hope that we can continue to build the momentum. We talked about things.
Beautiful.
Everybody got a chance to express their opinion.
Beautiful.
Exactly. Thank you, council, for that interaction. Let's move now to item 8, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 8.1 ordinance number letter 20260010, amending the city of Lamarck's prescribed sewer rates. My friend in the back left us.
Yeah, you did.
But this was his jam. But since he's not here, Joe, this is your jam. Joe and who? Miss Tanya and Joe. This is a dynamic duo. All right, who wants to start?
Mr. Comfy.
Are we letting Worth start us, or did you?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ferguson.
So per the request of council, we have gone in, created a new ordinance that adjusts sewer rates above the 6,000 gallon amount. These adjustments were made to there's no way to do exactly half like Mayor Pro Tem had wanted. So what we did is we reduced them as much as we could and still maintain the structure of the water rates intact.
Yeah.
And so a whole new ordinance has been built. All the adjustments have been rolled into the exhibits at the end that show the changes that would be on different residence bills.
Yeah. I wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Compion and Councilwoman Griffin for bringing this to us. I think we all feel like this is something that we have to adjust. There was a young man here earlier on behalf of his dad who's been a longtime business owner in our community. And it sounded like their water bill doubled. And did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
And so we definitely want to make adjustments. Again, thank you to Joe and Tanya for bringing this to our attention.
Just I have a question. Just to be clear, that commercial property, they're being charged the sewer rate.
Yes.
Especially because they're certainly going over the 6,000.
Yes, and again, for the entities that use large amounts of water, that's where you're seeing the large increases, right? It's because they're paying that 12,000 gallon rate over and over and over again. Which is why you don't see as many.
The other part of this is this is permitting us time to go ahead and continue evaluating, looking at the rates, even perhaps capping them at some point on some max or something. They're looking at different options. I gave you that sewer study as
Yes,
well too.
again, we're trying to do again, it was brought up in the audit presentation. The sewer fund did lose $1.4 million last year. So like, we're not making up that it was losing money.
Yeah.
There has to be something to get it back.
Yeah.
If we want to slower roll that, that's fine. That just doesn't mean there's more cuts coming on that side.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Griffin, did you want to jump in?
When will you be have you got back with the businesses yet to talk about?
We have talked with most of them.
Okay.
So the majority of the businesses that we had initial conversations with were RV parks, motorhome.
Okay.
So we are actually meeting with all of them on site starting this week.
Okay.
To evaluate their ability to be multifamily.
Okay.
Right. If they become multifamily, their bill will reduce the bill's designed in such a way that it will,
Okay.
is less to be multifamily than commercial. Now, if they have a commercial part of that's at the same location on the same meter, then they're still commercial. So that's one of the things we have to figure out and assess. That's why we're going there in person and meeting with them.
Okay.
There are some specific types of businesses that we're still trying to figure out what the best options are.
Okay.
But we're still working on those, but we are, talking and meeting with everybody we can.
So Pilgrim Cleaners and Mike is on the list.
They are
Okay,
on the
good.
list. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask, on these business, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Yancey. Go ahead.
No, I have gotten so many calls
Yeah.
from District A businesses about this water thing and the sewer. So what is the solution again? I'm trying to wake up.
So there, sorry, so
This coffee's not doing it.
Okay.
we've lowered the sewer rate, right, in the new ordinance.
Right.
I've lowered it as much as I sort of can without breaking the structure, right? To lower more, I'd have to kind of go back and redo the whole, everything from scratch.
Okay.
Which if that's what y'all want, we'll do, but we do that. But for certain types of businesses, we're looking for specific solutions that are for their type, right? The one that we're working for at the most right now, because it's the easiest transition, is all of our mobile home parks, RV parks, all those types of entities.
What about the hotels? Because the hotel.
The hotels are on our list and we're working through options with them.
No,
Same
gas
with,
stations.
cleaners and those kind of things. We've got a list of different types of businesses and we're looking at different options to address those.
But let me say this, I think we need to make sure that we're articulating, maybe you have been, about these costs are like pass-through costs, right? And administrative costs. I think we need to make that clear that, because some people are like, oh, we're gonna, when I'm out in the area, in the community, oh, you guys raise our rates because we're bankrupt. I'm like, no, that's not it. So we definitely need to clear that message up and do some messaging on that.
Sure.
Because it is alarming when your bill goes from, 2,000 to 4,000 in 1 month's time, and they're not paying attention to what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
And you may be doing that. I don't know, because I haven't received any calls this week.
But we are trying, we put out, FAQs and stuff. And we're again, trying to let people understand that, one big thing on the commercial side, and this was discussed previously, is the city had been subsidizing commercial businesses, right? So their rates were not as high as residential rates.
Say that one more time.
In the past, before these changes went into effect, the city was subsidizing commercial businesses for water and sewer. The city was covering part of their cost.
Right.
Right. And so they are going to see the biggest change because that subsidy is going away and there's an increase in the rate.
How long had that been going on?
I don't have an answer for it exactly, but for a
long time,
very long time.
Okay, I'm done. Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna, on those commercial businesses. Speaking of the calls, right? Try running for reelection at this time. Be grateful.
Better wish.
With businesses as being, but here, is there a mechanism to work with the commercial businesses to transition them to the rates? Maybe that's also something we need to explore, or alternatively, to work with them on paying the bill. I don't want any of the businesses to go under, right, and close because the water's been cut off.
They're gonna move.
We're
gonna lose businesses.
We are working with our businesses on those types of things.
All right, I just want the council, perhaps if they agree with me, to express that sentiment.
And if you want, if you wanted to do like a slower transition from subsidizing to full non-subsidy, we'd have to change.
Yeah, I know those rates. I don't want to go that far right now because we'd really have to take.
yeah.
But I just want to make sure that we're not forcing a business to close.
Sure, we are working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
But we also, again, as was noted in the audit, in the
No,
year
and-
24-25, that fund lost $1.4 million.
We learned that in 2021, when we were told that historically the city of Marque had been underwriting water rate and sewer rates from our general fund.
Yeah.
So we knew that was why there'd been no rate increases.
So yeah, the goal of this is to make the utility fund just self-sufficient.
And as well as to alert our residents that that is an obligation of a municipality to pass on costs. To
I agree.
okay, yeah, and that, I mean, that's what my TML classes I go to, that it is an obligation that you have to pass on those costs. It's supposed to even out.
Yes, I would echo that. That is where the state is moving, consumption-based.
Consumption, and to encourage conservationism as well too. On the use of the water.
Consumption-based charges, I suppose.
Charges, yes. All right, I'll move to approve.
The second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
You vote no?
No.
Yes.
Opposed.
Opposed, okay. Item 8.2 is already
Done.
acted upon. 8.3, resolution number letter R-2026-0013, ordering a runoff election to be held on June 13th, 2026, to be administered by the Galveston County Elections Administrator for the purpose of electing one council member for District B to the Lamarque City Council to hold office for a period of 3 years. Is there anything else that we need to know? Madam Clerk? Okay.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll, let's back out of hearing that. How many polling locations? Do we know? I know this is in the contract, but people put those things together.
Currently, there is one. Has been a request made for a
Okay, and who made that request? Our staff?
The city did, yes.
Okay, all right. Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8.4, change order authorization. Approving a change order, number 1 for the 12-inch water distribution line from Newman Road to Stonewall Street project in the amount of $25,457. Hello, Shannon, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm fine. And it says on the other page, increasing the total contract amount from $1,398,471 to $1,423,928. Mr. Bro.
Yes, sir. It's we're just this is that water distribution line that they're replacing the 12-inch from Stonewall to Newman. During this, just like with a lot of other projects, we ran into issues of valves not working correctly and having to work around that, putting new valves in or cutting off on other areas. So we're not shutting down whole neighborhoods while working on this line. We also ran into issues with utilities not correctly placed on the map. So this change order is just to continue that work of the extra amount. Now it is inputted when we got this bid, it was lower than what we budgeted. So the money is there.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Bro? Hearing none, we will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Bro. 8.5, final audit for fiscal year 2024-2025, approving the final audit for fiscal year 2024-2025. This is brought to us by Finance Council. We received the audit presentation earlier. We had an opportunity to ask questions earlier. And so are there any questions for Mr. Ferguson on item 8.5? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Let's certainly stipulate. I've said this in the State of the City address, and we want to be clear. The ultimate responsibility of the city's finances rests with the council, and we clearly dropped the ball. I wanted to say that publicly. We lost track, we got distracted, and we were not holding folks accountable. And more importantly, we were not holding our own selves accountable. I want that, Ms. Nance, to be on the record. So we have a great responsibility and a great weight as it relates to our finances. I accept, this action will accept the facts of the matter. It will publicly acknowledge the consequences that our community has faced and will face because of the situation we find ourselves in. But the buck stops with not only this council, but councils previous to this council. We got to do better. We can do better. And it's my prayer that we will do better. Ms. Nance, on the record, please. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Mayor, for
I'm sorry.
clarity, I moved that we approve, but it was really a move to accept the audit,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
so,
just
so
to be
all
clear.
you're doing here is saying, yes, we've received it. We know what, we understand what's in it.
Understand,
Yeah, that's all this is. It's a formality vote as part of audit requirements, state law. So you're not saying, yes, we love the job that had been done by, staff or any, you're not saying any of those kinds of things. You're saying, yes, we have received, and yes, we accept that we were given the audit and have an understanding. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Are we at a vote, Ms. Nance? We voted?
Mhm.
Did it pass?
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Aye.
I'm just having fun. It is 9:24 and we are at the city manager's report, submitted report to update the council and the community on the standard operations of the city. This report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. As always, council, I will call out those 6 reports. The last report, the clerk's report, is to answer any questions. The clerk, and so she doesn't necessarily have one, and you do one. Okay, so I'll call out the 7, and if you want to pull it, let me know. 9-1.
Yes.
That's a Tanya on a 9-1. 9-2.
Yes.
I see a Tanya and a Kim. 9-3.
Yes.
I see a Tanya and a Kim. 9-4. 9-5. 9-6.
Is that a finance report, that would that be anything different other than?
Do you have
That's just-
anything else to add?
That's a written,
Yeah, that's the written.
the written sheet, okay.
Okay. So we forego 9-6, other than to note that it is a report to council, a financial report to council. We acknowledge that. And 9-7, clerk's report. Does anybody want the clerk's report pulled? Do you want your report pulled? Mr. Compion?
Yeah,
Okay, you got it, Joe? All right.
yes.
All right. So that is going back to 9-1, citywide sanitary sewer rehabilitation project D-208. Miss
It
Griffin.
says update, and that's all I care about.
Oh, yes, so the update, it did it in the attachments, there was a map just showing the areas that we've already done, the areas that we are working on, the areas that we did not complete that were originally a part of this. For some reason, it didn't make the agenda. I did have an update that the mayor asked for at the last meeting on why we didn't do televising pre-bid. And the quick update on that, I didn't have Brent come and join me tonight for this because I wasn't a part of the original conception of this grant. But and he can expand on it a little more if there needs to be expanding. But just to sum it up, this project did not include provisions for pre-bid televising. Before we went out for bid, the way it was worded, we weren't allowed to do televising before the bid, and they relied solely on information given to them at a time from the city.
Okay.
So that's and as we continued, once the bid was awarded, we did televising, and that's when we found out certain areas that were not in as worse conditions as they thought. And but yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get what you need?
That's
Okay.
it.
That was painless, Shannon.
Yes, yeah. You're good. Now the hard stuff. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, Brent, I'm just doing a Columbo. I'm doing a Columbo on you. Joe likes to talk about Columbo, so we did an episode. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shannon.
Oh, it's in y'all's court.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Yes,
think we're
sir.
done with you.
No.
No,
Oh,
y'all,
illegal
y'all,
dumping.
y'all got me for like
I'm
3 or
sorry.
4 more
I'm having
items.
too much fun with
Yeah.
Joe and Brent. All right. Number 2, item 9.2, illegal dumping, cleanup operations and public works resource allocation. That is District D and District A. Which one of you ladies would like to lead?
I yield to her.
You yield to Ms. Griffin. Ms. Griffin.
First of all, I want to thank you for this. This is something that we've been looking for, and it answers a lot of the questions that I've been needing answers to. And it also helps residents understand fully what's going on holistically in all of the districts, and it's not just maybe 1 or 2. I like the fact that you guys are spending 3 months at a time in districts. I hope that's something that you may use in other maintenance needs that we have in the district so that you guys can focus on certain areas. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to let you know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I see that Meadow Lane is on there. Yay.
Oh, that's for the road assessment.
That's for the road.
Yes, ma'am. That's next. But yeah, it's on there.
But in that with the bond, in the bond.
That's the Galveston County bond project. Yes,
Do
ma'am.
we know when they're gonna start on that?
We are in contact with them. We have an email chain going on right now. We're just waiting for them to reply back to us to let
You
us
know,
know.
they always try to make us go last. And
Yes,
that's-
ma'am.
We're not
And
doing that.
I know members on council have talked with them, and
Yeah.
I have talked with them personally. I know
Maybe
Ms.
I need to
Barbara,
talk to
Ms.
them
Holly.
first.
Yes,
Just tell them
ma'am.
That's, I mean, cause, yeah,
Yeah.
cause my constituents on that road, I
Yeah.
mean, it's a lunar moon, for real. So now that I know that there's a slow up, I mean, you know, let's just do what we have, just use everything we have to make sure that we're a priority, not an afterthought, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing was the illegal dumping. You know, Mr. Loftus had to remove, that was so embarrassing. And it was all over Facebook about that, the dumping that happened behind Raymond Street and onto the alley of Historic District A. What took so long to get that removed? Or was it something we could do, or was it something that?
We could have,
Waste management.
I can't speak on when before we first heard about it. That was in code and compliance, and I'm not trying to put the blame on them at all. I'm not, and I don't mean it like that at all either. But we, at that specific week, I will state that one of our equipment operators in that department, in our department, was not, he was going through some personal things I'm not going to elaborate on.
Right.
And so it was a slow, the next week we would have been able to get to it. And that was what I had already informed Ms. Holly
Right.
about. The gun kind of, and I'm not.
Yeah, it had been there 2 months, so.
Yes, ma'am. And
We
that's.
just gotta do better on that, because what
And
happens is
I
they
will
come in-
also state, when you look at our report and our SOP, we don't have the manpower to just jump up and pick up every single, I mean, I wish we could. I mean, we have, when we're picking up large pieces of debris that requires our equipment, we're having to pull equipment operators, and our equipment operators, the only ones that we have in Public Works, are for our stormwater department and our water utility repair. And if we're pulling any one of them, that means stormwater work isn't being done, and that means water repair is not being done at that time either.
I get that, but we've done great work in making sure that those alleys are open and we need to have them paved. You need to know that you're gonna hear from District A.
Yes, ma'am.
If there's that kind of debris. I mean, it was bad. It was, it basically, the neighbor just dumped his fencing and left it there and didn't pick it up. And to me, you're right, that may be code, that maybe they should have been fined. But we gotta work together to have some coordination. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what the protocol is. Maybe you need to let me know what it is.
Well, and one of the things that happened, because that got picked up, it was an active code enforcement case.
Right.
It isn't anymore. So
Right.
that owner that did that dumping is
Right.
no longer held responsible
Right.
because it was removed.
Yeah, but
So it's just, there's all there, and there
Yeah.
is a time frame for
yeah,
that.
2 months is unacceptable. I mean, that's just too long. I'm sorry. That's unprofessional.
But-
And we're not putting up with that in District A.
We'll need to,
Yeah.
what we need to do is get the guys to go to court immediately and
Right.
get that into the court and get the court to deal with it. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
When you say, I see you, Joe, let me get a clarification and I'll let you in. When you say get the guys to immediately, are you?
Code enforcement,
Code enforcement
when they're
folks?
issuing those, to issue citations or notices of violation and get that owner in front of our local judge for ordering to clean it up.
Got you. But you mean do that immediately?
Well, it's usually like there could be 10 days or could be some time frame, but as soon as that time frame
Is over.
then immediately
immediate-
move
I
to
got you.
enforcement.
Okay, good.
Whatever the time frame is on the ticket, like when you get a speeding ticket or something like that. Just a quick question. The site over on Sam's,
Yes, sir.
that's not a Lamarck Road.
No, sir.
That-
Yes, sir.
Sorry?
Well, there's, I mean, I know there's like a boundary line right there.
Well,
I can't speak on the conversations between code and Texas City,
no, it's
Chief Mary,
it's-
but
the street's in Lamarck because the line extends that.
Yes,
we're-
sir.
that we're gonna put, so the line, all I'm saying is the street itself is part of the developer.
yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where we need to be reaching out to. Give the guy or person, I don't know who they are, the company a ticket, a big one. You know, that's ridiculous, that
It is
mattress that's out there.
And I don't think you needed a machine. I think you could have picked it up by hand, just FYI.
Yeah, you don't need a machine for that.
And we do,
Someone I
I
just
mean,
looked at.
we do, we picked up from January to March over 213 locations. That's not trash. But we picked up over 213 locations. And we only have 2 guys that are actually picking up trash. The other guys are working on mowing and and pothole repairing. And actually the guys that are picking up trash are our pothole repairs crew. So we picked up a lot of trash within that time frame. It's not good enough. We just don't have the manpower to do everything right now.
So maybe we look at some.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Maybe we look at some options for community service or some type of program with TWC to help us in that area of, because we just talked about you not having enough staff. And we know the budget crunch that we're in, so just maybe that's an option for us to do something with TWC to get some, because I'm telling you, District 8 people are not gonna have it. Y'all making my life hard. I got
Hey,
the oldest district.
it goes both ways. It's all right.
The most
We're-
seniors live in my district. They call me.
So I think that one of the things that not we as a council, but we as a community, and I think that it happens in every community. We want services, but many times we don't fully process what that actually means. And I have been saying to you and to Ms. Holly and to my colleagues for quite some time, we have a small public works department. And we need to figure out sooner rather than later what we do well, become experts at that, and then perhaps bring on, what would you call that, Ms. Holly, a project coordinator, maybe? A person that would be the face, maybe we have them already, and the contact for our public works department as they deal with and interface with vendors and outsourced services, right? I think that's the way to go. And I don't think that any of your folks would have to go home, would have to be laid off. I think that we're trying to do 10 things. We can only do 3 or 4. Let me ask you this. In the world outside of Lamarck, and this is one question I don't know the answer to before I'm asking it. In the world outside of Lamarck, who picks up the stuff on the side of the road? Do Public Works do that everywhere in every other city?
They do. And they have usually they have a specific crew just for picking up debris.
They have a crew. So that would mean, and I'm just throwing.
And
that-
it depends on the city, of course, also.
Okay. Now, so in every city, for the most part, if trash and illegal dumping debris were to be picked up, does code enforcement do it in 90% of the cities?
Not code enforcement. It's going to be public works because.
What did I say? I'm sorry.
They have.
Let
the
me
heavy-
restate my question. I'm
That's the department that
we-
has the
we-
heavy equipment.
Yeah, we
And
pick
so
it
that's
up.
why
They
do it.
they do the investigation and then we pick it up.
Why am I asking you? Ms. Holly
'Cause I'm
has
right.
more municipal experience than your age. Let me. So are you saying, is that normal for the public works? Okay.
Yes.
That
And
was my
it's
question.
always strapping what they need to do because that takes them away from water, sewer, the things that they're planning to do because somebody's dumped a mattress or.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to share with you, I didn't pull a report, but I do recognize, Shannon, that you are being asked to do a lot of different things. I don't think that and now I am talking about council, I don't think that we always give the financial resources for you and your folks to do the job. And so I hope that we can, as we are directing through Ms. Holly to that department, that we can supply some resources as well. And so we don't have to always grade you on a curve. 9.3, street division. Update.
Oh.
What is the update?
There it is.
Because this looks like the,
Well, in this, it was
Same
just,
plan.
I got the street assessment and just broke it down. The street assessment itself was a lot of documents, a lot of information, a big map. So I kind of I broke it down a little easier for us to look at and see where we're at. With that street assessment that was done in 2024, showed that we had 96 miles of our city streets that were identified. And then out of those streets, there was 18 miles that were very good, 30 miles that were good, 34 that was fair, 11 that was rated poor, and then 2 miles that were rated very poor. Of course, this was done back in 2024. Some of this information may have changed, including cost for cost of repair. The estimated cost to repair all our streets right now is going to be about 17.6 million back in 2024. That is all the streets that were they pretty much from good down to very poor. Very good streets weren't including in that number. With our Galveston County mobility project, about 1,007,380 of that is going to be going into that. So it decreases our cost to repair streets. We are talking with, I know we have a Durapatch trailer we've talked about. We're looking at what it's going to take to get it up and running. And I have in there what it would cost to run annually, but that's running it either twice a week or once a week. It's not running it every single day. And in all reality, when we do get the Durapatch trailer up and running, we're probably only going to see it out about twice a month right now with our budget. So
Well,
and is that the, I'm sorry.
that's the hot patch trailer that we've recently purchased.
Okay.
So in that, it just includes the extra equipment we're going to need to get that wasn't originally in the purchase of it. So.
I had this thing about the priority 1 and 2 streets because the pothole and the asphalt machines could take care of most of it. But what I'm seeing now is once you do a pothole in a certain area where the street was fine, it starts to get bad. And so it just seems like you patched that street maybe 3 months ago, and then you're having to go back.
Right
And
now, yeah. Right now, that is true because the only way we can patch streets right now is with the cold patch. Those don't last long at all.
Right.
When we're doing the hot mix, the hot patch is going to last a lot longer than the cold mix is. So that you're getting about a couple of months out of the cold mix, and then we're having to go back out and repatch it.
I just feel like there's more effort to get it done, and it's not making, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. I understand, and I mean,
And
it is partially,
It's a
yeah.
feel for you
Yeah,
guys, is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
it's true. It's to an extent. It's better than just letting it just
I
sit there, 'cause it
know,
would be a
but-
lot worse. But we are, I mean, when I say it's an uphill battle, it's a huge uphill, like climbing Mount Everest kind of fight with yeah, so.
So I'm not going out, I'm not reporting those
Mm-hmm.
anymore, is basically what I'm saying. And so I guess I'm asking you, what are you guys doing to catch those? Is it just driving around and seeing and saying, I'm gonna go back to that spot?
Yes, and not
Okay.
just that. We are still getting requests on request tracker. So
Okay.
when I still get contacts on my city phone from citizens who are either or through request tracker, and we'll go out and assess an area. And it's also a lot of times we can't jump on it instantly because we're running low on the cold mix, and we got to
Okay.
purchase some more, and then we got to make sure it's all within budget at the moment. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You good?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Yancey?
There, on Miller Lane, our sign is missing.
That is, I don't know if I can speak on that. It's not on but
I know,
I can, I mean,
I'm letting you FYI. I'm
Okay.
They on me. They
Yes.
calling me, they telling me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you?
Well, I
okay, go
say,
ahead, Joe.
I just sent Ms. Holly, Mr. Worth, and you. I was responding to a questionnaire from the auditor.
Mhm.
And in reviewing old emails, like I said, I also keep old emails. There is was in response to a question I had back when I joined in 2021, 22 about the city's assets. And I just forwarded that to you guys. It's a complete list of assets. I don't know who sent it to me, but it was there. And so if it's helpful, it's there. But interesting, if you take a closer look at that, what I'm saying is that it lists streets that were built back starting in District, I want to say D, and like the Fruit Street, and the year they were built, how much they cost, and there's a 40-year useful life on those streets. So I think it's interesting to compare those streets and their conditions with your ranking of streets, because I certainly disagree with your rankings on Durow. Durow needs to be completely repaved.
Yes, sir.
On that side. That's all.
Thank you, Jim. Let's just really quickly, Miss Griffin. I know you and I had a conversation, and I don't want to spend time on it tonight. I just want to get a yes or no to make sure we're on the same page. We had a conversation one day about street signs and how we were going to replace them and repair them.
Right.
Are we still on track?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good with that
That will
part?
be on the next council agenda.
Okay.
Because it was
All right.
brought to.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right.
I'm working on that currently.
Good deal. Good deal. Thank you, Shannon. Where are we now? We're at the city clerk's report, and I believe that Mayor Pro Tem, you had something that
Yes,
you and
yes,
Ms.
sir,
Nance.
Ms. Nance and
Okay.
I, was something, you can pull that up, the gentleman,
Kevin,
Kevin,
the PowerPoint?
that PowerPoint. Yes. that
Yes.
one. You guys will recall about 2 months ago, I was on my kick about, I'm tired about our identity, Lamarque, being called a ghetto at times, all that crap. It just really gets to me. And
Sure.
and you guys also know me, I'm just always looking, reading and stuff. So I went out and I want people to know this is what magazines say about Lamarque. This is niche.com. It's a resource that realtors use. I went back to some of my realtor when I headed up a real estate group and stuff like that.
Oh, you got a presentation.
And so there's a presentation here, but I want us to know this is a report card for Lamarque, and what are our values here? So I'll get this out. I have to make it big. This was done quick, but overall grade Lamarque is a B according to niche.com. We also happen to be the number 9th best place to live in Galveston County, and you're going to be surprised at what's below us, by the way. So we're the number 9th best place to live. Lamarque is a suburb naturally of Houston. It offers a rural feel with most homeowners, ideal for families seeking space and community. It sits just 4 miles from Galveston and 15 miles from Houston, the Houston city limits, with interstate running right through the middle, making it easy to commute in either destination. People are moving to Lamarck because of the location. And so key facts, a population approximately 20,000. Interesting, very, very dynamic statistic. I've said this before. 69% of our residents own their own home here in the city. It is one of the highest ownership percentages in Galveston County, with the remaining 31% renting. And our family, tend to be very family oriented. Look at the niche report card. That's easy to see. This was not my report card. I used to do a little bit better, but still, this is not a bad report card. And they're different categories. Overall B. C is plus for our public schools. That ranking, and we're going to get into this, it's the various 4 school districts. Crime and safety, a C. Housing, a B minus. Nightlife, B. Good for families, B minus. Diversity, A plus. It is the number 4 ranked most diverse city in the state of Texas. The number 4 ranked city in the state of Texas for diversity. Look at the diversity up here, right here on that. This is our strengths. B in jobs, B plus in weather. We have great weather. Believe me, I've lived up north. You don't want to be up there. It's the best place up here. And B plus for our cost of living. C for health and fitness. B plus outdoor activities. With the work we're doing in McGaffey, that'll be an A too. Okay, on A end. And B minus with our commute. The next, look at our average medium home value is $206,000 versus the national, which is $332,000 is the national home value. Our median rent, $1,400, 69% are homeowners, and we have that rural feel. Our schools and education, B plus with Lobbitt Elementary in Texas City ISD, Lobbitt Middle School also in Texas City. And then we have a C ranking for Lamarck High School, and their Hitchcock schools are some of them ranked A. And we also have the early college program where Lamarck High School resident students can earn up to 60 college credit hours while still in high school. And then, of course, we've got an option with O'Connell as a college preparatory in Galveston if you really want to go to those Catholic schools. Diversity, jobs, cost of living, diversity A plus. Lamarck is one of the most diverse communities in the region, highly diverse population. It's a welcoming, inclusive community, and we have a broad mix of backgrounds. Jobs, B, where our proximity to Houston, large employment market, and large industrial opportunities. Close to Houston, petrochemical, part, growing local businesses. God knows, and they're complaining about water and sewer right now, but we're going to do better on that, right? We did that today. So cost of living, a B plus, folks. Come to Lamarck. We've got value homes here that are affordable below. High home values that are 38% below the national average, with a median rent, if you come rent here, $1,400. I know Gus is paying more than that. No, he bought a house, right? He's not at our rate here. Lifestyle and community, look at that. Weather, B plus, nightlife, B, health and fitness, C. I need Councilman Osteen and I are doing a better job of going to the gym. He's got me motivated. Outdoor activities, B plus. Our commute is B minus. Good for families, B minus. And what do residents say about Lamarck? I need to enlarge this. But Lamarck has small town vibes. The area is up and coming with new businesses coming to town. The community is very close and all rally for the local high school. I have been a resident for over 60 years. My commute from one side of town to the other is approximately 8 minutes. People are friendly and the city is centrally located. I recently moved to Texas and my overall experience has been amazing. Everyone is so respectful. There are so many jobs in my field, and the pricing of buying a home is much cheaper than where I came from. So in summary, folks, we live in a community that is up and coming, that is a B. We're not this picture that other people paint of us. And thank you to our VIPs in the audience, because they are constant reminders to us of representing the best of Lamarque. Thank you, Chief Smith, Mr. Bennington, and Mr. Osteen, for you guys being here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Way to go, Joe.
There's a team. We're putting this better
Good
together.
order.
Yeah,
So
for
it
sure.
can be visible. Okay.
For sure, for sure. Those are some surprising scores and
Yeah,
grades.
yeah.
Yeah, good deal. It's good stuff, good stuff. Items for the good of the order.
It is National Police Week, so again, thank you to the women and men of the Lamarque Police Department for the officers, the staff, and their families. Your dedication, professionalism, and sacrifice do not go unnoticed. And hurricane huddle preparations are in full swing for Saturday's preparedness. We have more than 30 community partners registered. And if you will join us at the Central Fire Station from 10 to noon on Saturday, and invite your neighbors and friends. We have all the budget talks have concluded, and all the presentations are now online, and you also got all of them in your packet. They have been live streamed and they've been posted to the website. The Keep Lamarque Beautiful Commission was recognized as a Gold Star affiliate by Keep Texas Beautiful, and that status is awarded to affiliates that stand out as essential leaders in their communities. And then Ash Welburn, our new library director, is really making transformational changes. He's got a community pop-up library collection at a local daycare. So he takes the books to the kids, and they're going to do a survey for changing the library hours to add some later night hours, and they want to attract more teens and young adults. They will be a county location for the Lemonade Day, Galveston County, for the young entrepreneurs, and they are going to serve as the Kids Packs pickup location in partnership with the Galveston County Food Bank. That program starts in June. Their collection maintenance is ongoing. They are modernizing, they're doing best practices, and they're expanding to games, digital resources, and even tools. So, and we're doing some emergency air conditioning repairs right now, or I guess roof repairs. And then we're out on the ARPA to get their air conditioning redone. Summer internships are going to start in June, and we will not see you in 2 weeks because it's Memorial Day. So happy Memorial Day to everyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Shannon, before we leave this part of the meeting, don't know that we need to do it tonight, to call you back up. But at some point, let's talk about how we go about generating these reports. Because you generate reports and then we receive them and our community receives them. And then there's some concern about those reports, how they're generated. So we would definitely just need to look at how they're generated, and well, yeah, if you can give me a 30-second answer or less, yeah. Yeah, sure. That's been the topic of discussion for at least a few months, because I know you've been producing reports for us here in the recent past.
I mean, just depending on the report, but for the most part, it's done by work orders completed that are turned in, that I implement onto a spreadsheet and to give to y'all. When it comes to water loss reports, it's grabbing the numbers from our water leaks, estimated water usage, stuff like that. But
More specifically, street maintenance, stormwater maintenance, grading, digging ditches, things of that nature. Are you saying that work orders are produced?
Yes, sir.
And then they're completed, and at some way we acknowledge the completion, they turn them in, and then you compile them from that?
That's correct.
So the very easy next question to this is, and it's yes or no. Is there some person that goes behind the crews to ensure that those jobs are completed?
My foreman, there are some instances
Okay.
where, or, yes. but-
Okay. Just,
Yeah.
we'll finish
sir.
this part of, we'll finish that discussion next meeting. I just wanted to make sure that you were on the record, at least
Yes, sir.
addressing the basic premise of how they're generated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Council, we are at, we are past executive session, past actions taken from executive session. Now we're at requests and announcements. Mrs. Griffin.
Yes, I have some little sheet, I had them out. Some questions from community members. There used to be a time, I don't know, we do back and forth, but let me just ask the question. There used to be a time where we would rent the community room for residents to utilize for birthday parties, so on and so forth. That stopped. I don't know why it stopped, and just curious as to if that's something that we can start again. Also, the Lamar Garden Club has monthly meetings. And I don't know if that's something that we can post on the city's website under community events. I remember working with JB when we were setting things up, and there's places on the city's website where they list community events. I don't know if that's city related or if different organizations are able to give y'all information that's going on, but I was thinking since the Garden Club has a relationship with the city, I don't know if they have an MOU, if that's something that we can do. That's just the question.
Don't smile then, Ms. Nance. If you can't answer, Ms. Nance, don't even smile. I'm teasing. Okay, go ahead, Ms.
We're
I'm sorry.
talking about the Vision 2050 plan, and we're talking about branding, and we're talking about trying to get the positive things that we're doing in our cities out to the community. And one thing that I think will help us do that is making some updates to our city's webpage. I have been, since before Colleen left, actually, she is the one that we started working with her to get things updated on the city's website. And one of the pages that I have been vigorously trying to get updated is the facilities page. This page has a listing of all of our city's facilities. And at the time, we were trying to get our parks updated because we had made so many updates and we have changed the landscape of our parks, but the residents don't know that. And so we've been trying to get that page updated, but we're also making updates to a lot of our other facilities. And if you go to our webpage, it looks like there's absolutely nothing going on in the city. And I think we should take some time to invest in telling our story, to Mayor Pro Tem's point. And our website should actually tell the story for us. And so I would hope that this is the time that we would holistically look at our website and the services that we have going on and make sure that we or updating our website to include that information, not just things related to what administration needs taken care of. The other thing that I have on my agenda is, as a new member on council, I was not able to attend any TML classes, in my earlier term. And I have identified some classes that I would like to attend. And I can, print up a list and bring that to council for us to make some decisions about that. I would really like to attend some TML classes. These are gonna be, requests, without objection. I'm going to ask council to weigh in on this. I have gotten some updates from Ms. Holly concerning some historic issues that have been plaguing District D. And so what I am requesting and have spoken to Ms. Holly about is we do have an answer about the Cedar Drive caution light. And we also have received updated information on sidewalk repair replacements. And what I am asking for, and Shannon said that he will be providing this next month with the street repairs. I've also been speaking to Ms. Holly about concerns that I have with Request Tracker. To your point, Mayor, about some of the reports that we need from that. And I've also been working with Ms. Holly to address some of the issues with boards and commissions, with liaisons and assisting board members. And I have asked Ms. Holly if she wouldn't mind putting together a plan or proposal that we can present to us to review and share with our board members and our residents. These are issues that residents have been repeating over and over again. And I think if we finally put something together on paper, acknowledging their concerns, and showing that we are considering those, and we're asking Ms. Holly and them to put a plan together, whether we'll find funding for it, pay for it in 1, 2, 3 years up the road. So as long as we have a plan put in place, somebody can follow it. We don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. And so if there's no objection, I've asked Ms. Holly to bring that forward to us and present it to the council, either through city manager or public works update.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you done?
Mm-hmm.
Your learning curve is significant. You're a different representative today. I'm impressed. Let me say this. She is a lone council member. Do we need to get a second, or are you going to put it on the agenda?
Most of these things are things that should be happening anyway, so they're gonna, they're normal. So they will just be happening anyway.
Okay. Let's be clear that follow up with Ms. Holly. Anything that needs to be put on the agenda, are you going to put those things on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
If there's something that is unusual or not part of normal business, every council member who makes a request has to have a second. No individual council member, but the things that she's asking for, like how the boards and commissions, those are things that should be happening in our day-to-day business.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I got it once. I got it.
When you got it, you got it.
Yeah, exactly.
That is exactly how it should be done. That's textbook. Were you done this? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Lowry.
First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
On your reelection. The address 2114 Lens, raw sewage on Saturday. Somebody is dumping, I guess there's an RV that's been dumping raw sewage in the concrete ditch up there. And she's reported it to the city, but nothing's happened. With no objection, I'd like to put Halo laws on the agenda. I've tried for 3 weeks, and if that's okay, I'd like to get.
Would you, Mr. Lowry, would you, I hear Ms. Yancey in my ear. Would you explain what a HALO law is?
Halo laws to protect first responders. There's actually more cities and states that have been adopting that for actually going back to 2019, I found.
Okay.
So if we could get that on the agenda.
Yes.
We've had the discussion once, we can have it again, that's fine.
But have the courts?
I'll be prepared to speak on it
Okay.
at the next meeting.
And feel free to look at the email. I've provided the data on some states that have had changes from like 8 foot to 25 or 25 to 8. So the data's there. So
yeah. Are you going to put that on the agenda? Does
he have a second?
Okay.
I'll second it.
We got a second. There it is.
perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Lowry.
Something I requested before that we could talk about was I wanted to put a pickle fest and use Mac McGaffey Park. There's an organization, they put on the biggest events in the United States. And I can reach out to Cole to see if that's something that he would be interested in as well. And I know there's a lot of vendors up in Dickinson and League City and stuff that I know that would be more than willing to come down here. I think it could be something, it's kind of a thing now. So I think we need to monopolize on that opportunity. Main Street, I still don't know why Main Street's not open. I was told it was the water line, the city said it was TxDOT, but we still have for over 2 years, we've had one lane closed on Main Street. We did do some water line work, but ever since the water line was done, they've never reopened the other lane, and people are calling me about it. Bearcat, is that still on track to come in August? I believe the Bearcat was supposed to be delivered, or we were picking it up. It was purchased with ARPA funds.
Is that
Big truck? You got the big armored
You
truck?
talking about the police
the
vehicle?
armored truck, the armored vehicle?
August, thumbs up to August? Okay.
And then I don't know how, I know that we're getting law enforcement down in Omega Bay, but they're asking for law enforcement. I don't know how to prove that we're there. Knock on everybody's door. I don't know what to do, but they're asking for law enforcement presence down there. And that is it.
Very good. Mr. Lowry, are you going to outreach? You said Tim Cope. Are you going to try to meet with Cope, or did you want?
Yeah, I can talk to him.
Okay. And then whenever y'all get some particulars or whatever, you bring it back and we'll get it on the agenda. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lowry. I think we are now at Ms. Yancey.
Okay, thank you to the police department and the staff that served at Bayou Fest. It was nice to see them there with careful eyes, making sure that everything was right on point. So that was nice. Had some great conversations with some of our staff. I think Colleen became the parking attendant. So that was fun. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers that celebrated that on yesterday. Congrats again to Keep Lamarck Beautiful for a gold star. Joe and I know just how tough that is to get, and that is something that we definitely need to see inside Lamarck.
We got that. We got
Yeah,
that
we
first.
did. We got the first one, right?
That's right.
Mhm. The four-way stop sign, thank you so much to the staff that got the four-way stop sign at Delaney in front of Delaney Cove. It really worked well during Comp's graduation at Abundant Life. It really made a difference. And hats off to District A. The late great Minister Jay Bass received the first posthumous degree from the College of the Mainland. He was set to graduate in May of 2025, but he passed away in March of 2025, and the residents of District A and some other church people rallied around College of the Mainland to help him receive that degree. So we were all so excited to see a District A resident and good friend of the city. So was always here to support anytime we needed him to play, he was here. So he did receive that. Hats off to that team of people that worked towards that. Thank you to TxDOT, who finally removed the debris at New Hope Bible Church after a year and 5 months, I think. So yeah, thank you so much to this administration for working on that, and Pastor Davis at New Hope Bible Church for being patient as we advocated for on their behalf for TxDOT. So some of my requests are that since we have an innovative librarian, I would love to see him do an e-games tournament at the library. That is really popular among our kids right now. I know I've asked before about the street signs in District A. I know we were talked about getting the All-American City ones. I know we've been talking about it, just not manifesting yet. So I would like to know when that's going to manifest. We also talked about, Miss Barbara, an All-American City flagpole where we can actually fly the flag in front of the city. I think we don't talk about that enough. I think we should. And I'm in agreement with you, Councilwoman, about putting that information that Joe just shared on the website. Great idea. For our Life and Liberty Week, I would love if we can do like a shop local campaign during that week, if council's okay with that, to do something that brings us all together and have a way to promote our businesses as well. I've gone to Old Phase, love Old Phase, encourage you all to go. So to Haley's point, and we are still trying to name the library after Geraldine Sam. And I would love for us to talk about that a little bit more and how that should work. We know she loved Juneteenth. She was one of the founders of one of the first Juneteenth celebrations that we had officially through the city, was under Miss Mayor Sam. And so we definitely want to look at that. I don't want to forget that that's something that we want to do. But other than that, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for a 3.5-hour meeting. 4 hours.
Ms. Shanty, are you going to, if you want a resolution for the shop local,
Yes,
you gonna bring it back to council?
I will bring it back to council.
Ms. Holly, does she need a second?
Second.
There it is. Oh, efficient that is.
And an update on Juneteenth too as well, and Life and Liberty, the next meeting. Well, June, oh, well, maybe it's too late. Oh, yeah, I got the email, got it. I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem.
For our newcomers in our community, after I give all that great information, do not be scared about the Formosa termites. They are
Oh my God.
they are out right now. We know.
And mosquitoes.
How do you deal with and mosquitoes too?
Yeah.
But the termites are out. And how do you deal with them? Do not turn your outside lights on. Just keep them off. And if you have any bright lights in your home, cover them. Put the blackout shades, as they call them, over that too. And you'll survive. And your home will survive. You might even spray a little bit of that termite pesticide outside, a little bit of it. So just item. There's a senior lunch. Community is invited at Queen of Peace Church, 11:30 on Wednesday. And it's sponsored by the Knights of Columbus there. Please, folks, do not forget, you come to us and you complain about the taxes, but we're not the people that you need to complain to. You need to fill out a little protest form that's due by May the 15th. And please submit them. I'm turning mine in tomorrow. You have to be diligent about that if you want to make some sense out of these crazy appraisal rates for your home. So please, there's a deadline for that. And I thank once again our VIPs in the audience. They are certainly. Thank you for being here. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, Joe. Want to acknowledge the work, the service of the Lamarque Police Department in this police week. I'm grateful for the service. I'm grateful for their protection. I believe that our police department is, listen, Chief Willamon Smith is my friend and he is my mentor. Chief, I gotta tell you, our officers are definitely, in my opinion, the best in this state. And I'm sure you would want me to say that. And so I wanted to. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Just cut to the chase on Smitty. It was so smooth with it.
And listen, as you should feel that way about your officers, right? That's the way it should be. Now, if I would get our friend Mr. Franklin to stroll on up here, I guarantee you he'll say it's Superman, Batman, and then the Lamarque Police Department right there. To the Lamarque Police Department and to our friends and my friend over in Hitchcock, and all the police officers. But definitely we want to honor the service. We want to honor the people who do this job every day, who don't complain, who give over 100% and risk their lives and the welfare of their families to see about us. And so we thank him for that. Happy belated Mother's Day to all of the mothers who do an incredible job each and every day, silently, quietly, without any accolade or recognition. We honor those veterans that have passed on to the other side through our observance of Memorial Day. And so we thank those families of those dearly departed veterans for their families' service. Not just the person, but it is the entire family unit that makes sacrifices. May 23rd, there will be the placing of flags in honor of this particular day. It sounded like 3 cemeteries is what I thought I heard Mr. Ross say. It is being coordinated and organized by the VFW, the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And so if you want information on how to participate, let's see if we can outreach that organization, as they have all of the pertinent information on this event. I wanted to congratulate another friend of mine, a mentor of mine, and perhaps I might be a mentor of hers, and that's Miss Tanya Griffin on her electoral victory. And we look forward to working with you for another 3 years. I wanted to congratulate my friend and long-term colleague, Mr. Joe Compion, for advancing to a runoff. And we look forward to all of the exciting things that you will put forward as far as your platform, as well as Mrs. Sade Williams. And we certainly congratulate her on her advancing to the runoff. And we look forward to all of the exciting things that she will share on her platform. I wanted to remind us that this Saturday, it's Hurricane Huddle out at the West Side Fire Station. Is that right? What time will that start?
10 to 12.
10 to 12. Let's make sure that we are there. And I want to slow down here for a minute. 2 items I wanted to bring to us. The first item is Miss Nance. Well, are you still gonna? Never mind. Miss Holly, this citizens participation portion of our meeting has rules that we cannot enforce. And so I am, as the preside over this agenda, the approver of this agenda, asking that we make the necessary changes to reflect that we are requesting these things to be so, and that we cannot require these things to be so. And if you will allow me for another 30 seconds, I advance this thought with an acknowledgement to my colleague from District C. I see you. And I remember when you were on that side of the podium. And I remember when you were trying to exercise your First Amendment rights. But we were not mature yet, Mr. Lowry. Sometimes it takes people that show us that we have an opportunity to grow in areas that will make our society, our community better. Now, we didn't know, I didn't know, Mayor Pro Tem didn't know, Ms. Yancey didn't know. And I don't even think Gus contemplated what we are accepting and accommodating now, because all of it is free speech. You're right. But it was a different time then. It was new. You were new. We didn't understand you. We didn't know how you expressed yourself, right? And so it was a shock. And in times of shock, you try to maintain order, right? And so that's what we did until we knew how to do better. And I think, and here's the point that I want to share with you. I think in that evolution, you were hurt, you were offended, and you were injured. And that was not, as a presider, that was not my intention. But as we know and we grow, we do better. Right?
I think the word is violated.
Violated. Whatever the word that you want it to be, sir. I want to share with you, I want to share with your heart, your hurt heart. We did not understand then what we understand today about the First Amendment, right? And so now we move forward in a better way, right? From my heart to yours, we know better. And so then we can do better. So I wanted you to hear that. And I wanted you to understand that that's how that evolved through many conversations with all of them, right? And so now we're in a better place that we can withstand the First Amendment, and we can accept that that's what we are hearing, and we can move forward as a community, in part to your actions and your activity. And so thank you for helping us to be better, if you can understand where I'm coming from. Last thing I wanted to share is that it's a melancholy day for me, because this is the last official meeting that Mrs. Kiara Nance will be on the dais with us. She's moving on. And I wanted to say to Ms. Nance that I am glad that Tink Jackson, all those years ago, decided that you would be the heir apparent and the successor in that city clerk's role. Hadn't been easy, right? I know that it has been chaotic, and there's a lot that has transpired, but I want to share with you that I want to thank you for your service to our community. I want to thank you for your dedication to our community, and I want to wish you well in your future endeavors. And I want to say that you will always be my friend, and that I will always pray for you, and that I will be available to help you in any way that I possibly can. You're a good egg, Kiara Nance. And I want you to have a good life. My heart to yours. You've done a good job for our community, and we thank you for it. There's nothing further, council. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Did and seconded.
We stand adjourned. Did you do that? Did you?